Thank you. Let's give this some time over here while everyone's moving from the opening remarks. Let's see how many that we can capture in this room. I think that there's a couple other sessions going on right now. Check. Can anyone hear me here? Yeah. All right. I also have the live stream going up right now on YouTube. So we're going to see if we can make a working session from both people that are up on YouTube, along with everyone that's actually registered and in the Zoom chat. So we'll give this some time. I see that we have around 18 right now that are piling into the Zoom chat, so that's cool. And we have 6 that are on the live stream.
Hello.
Hi there. So let's just wait a second. I'm just taking a look. I'm going to share my screen. So I'm going to start out showing this kind of screen. And to be honest with everyone, I'm in no rush, because we're going to have this going for the next, I don't know, what, 5, 6, 7 hours, something like that, until 5 p.m. Eastern. So we're here to hang out and do some work and talk. Let's see. So we're still collecting. I see that this room is fairly popular right now. Let's see what other sessions are going on right now. Let's see. In order for that, I think to see the entire conference schedule, I have to go back into the plenary. See if I can do that while still being in this chat. Looks like I haven't been kicked out yet. So while this is going on, just for everyone's information, that there is another session going on at the same time. This is for the blockchain client improvement for baseline. So here we're going to be diving into a little bit about, what the baseline protocol is. We're going to start to get into the experience of it. We're going to talk about the product cookbook. However, if you feel that you want to get right into the blockchain client improvement session, that's going on right now. So please feel free to jump into there. And let's jump back into our breakout one. All right. Let's see if I share my screen. Can everyone see that or no? No, looks like Zoom controls are still pretty good. All right. Let's see. Looks like we have a pretty sizable crew in here. So we're going to go ahead and get started. It's 11 o'clock Eastern. So that's the kickoff of the session. I want to thank everyone that registered for the Baseline Summit in general. Thank you so much. Again, Nick and team, can't tell you enough. Thank you for organizing this event. And we're going to go ahead and get started. So my name is Dan Orkin, co-founder here with Envision Blockchain. Actually, in the same room with me, we have another co-founder. We have Jason Panzis. So you might hear from either of us at the same time, but just to avoid some crazy feedback over here, my screen will be showing. So apologize for staring at my face for the next 7 hours or so. So, I'll just give you a little bit of background about myself, and, I think it'll be good. I'll just give you a little tour around the Kigo chat, around this presentation. The one thing that I like already is that I see that people are starting to click around, and please feel free to click around, okay? Just to actually, before I talk about myself, let's just talk about, how to navigate around this working session, what to expect. I'm going to call out a whole bunch of things throughout this time. So it's just good that everyone is familiar with it. So naturally, you have your tabs at the top, and we're going to start there. So at the very top, you have instructions. Obviously, I think everyone already knows how to get in here. I see a whole lot of clicking, so that's great. We have 44 total people putting their, mouse and clicker into these screens, which is awesome. I expect at the end of this day, content to change, and that's exactly the point of this one, right? So the next tab over, and I'm sharing my screen here, the next tab is a session schedule. So just so you understand the way that this breakout session is kind of organized, if you will, starting from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Again, all times are Eastern here. We're going to be talking about the intro to the baseline protocol and some of the standards. After that, we're going to really, put our hands into some of the product cookbook, and like what Nick mentioned in the opening speech is so if you've seen some of the first demos that came out with Radish 34, there was a lot of work within the community that was put out. The first demo with SAP and Dynamics 365. So we're going to have a working demo for some brave souls to go ahead and share their screen. We're going to give them credentials, and we're going to actually have some individuals click through, starting at the very beginning of what the use case is and going through and calling out what specific baseline, components should be realized at that particular click. And while we're not necessarily going to be talking about codes, this would be great for system admins. This would be great for those that haven't seen anything about baseline, but just want to see what things are all about, right? So we're definitely going to do our best to really break it down. After that, what we're going to do is Dom Steele is going to be introducing this baseline Salesforce. So just like we'll be talking about this Microsoft Dynamics 365 baseline experience, Dom Steele is also going to be talking about that. At 3 p.m. Eastern, from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., we're going to be hosting Stefan Schmidt, who's going to be talking about baseline SAP. So that'll be really cool. Definitely recommend that you stick around for that. And then, of course, from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m., we're going to actually, combine everything all together and talk about this baseline cookbook roundtable. So we're going to have Avia, myself, we're going to have Kyle Thomas, we're going to have Stefan Schmidt, Dom Steele, and really, everybody else. So I just mentioned a couple of the folks that helped and planned the session. But again, this whole entire thing that we're talking about is not for, it's not intended to look like a presentation, but rather, it's really a discussion. So I know that we talked about the Zoom etiquette and keep yourself mute, but I do want people to unmute themselves, and I do want everyone to go ahead and chat within the chat box, and we're going to be monitoring that. Also, for those that haven't registered to the Baseline Summit, you probably are watching on YouTube. I'm checking my second screen right here. I see that we have 16 people that are watching. So also, just because you're not registered doesn't mean that you can't participate. If you happen to be watching this on YouTube right now through the live stream, I'm literally watching out for your comments over here. So as you comment and talk about it, we're going to incorporate your feedback. Okay, so again, so that's the session schedule. The notes is really for everybody to put your ideas down, put your thoughts. I'm a big fan of, the parking lot idea, right? So if there's an idea, can't come to, no pun, can't come to a consensus on this. If there's something that's not related, but it's still a good point, nobody wants to brush any of that off, and we're going to go ahead and put that into the notes section. Jamboard is pretty cool. That's your virtual whiteboard. There was a comment earlier during the opening comments on, hey, is anyone going to be talking about 4G, anything to do with 5G and telco? And while none of the presentations talk about that specific use case, what'll be interesting is that we do want to give some time for that. And we do want to talk about that because, when we talk about the first reference implementation, which is Radish 34, I'll be talking a little bit about the process flow, right? We start with a request for a proposal, and then we send that out. That needs to be answered by a proposal to MSA, then the issuance of the PO, and so on and so forth. And these are different workflows, if you will, so different actors. And we can use this whiteboard session to whiteboard, okay? Clicking out of there, getting onto the next tab, diagrams and draw. It's essentially the same thing as Jamboard, except it's already embedded. Slides is where we're going to spend the majority of the time within the slide section, because if you recall the schedule that we just discussed, the schedule is 100% aligned to these slides. So we'll be talking about the intro baseline protocol, the standards of modern applications, experiencing D365, Salesforce, SAP, et cetera. Again, this is your recipe for the cookbook in order to make your own products, in order to baseline the applications that you use on a day in and day out basis. So we'll be talking about that. And last but not least, probably the most important tab, in my opinion, is the cookbook ideation. So the cookbook ideation is a very simple embedded Google Sheets where it's exactly that. It's your intake for cookbook ideation. We can take this as we have good ideas, and we'll be having call outs throughout this workshop, asking you to literally go in here, write down your ideas that you have, write down your use cases, come up with your, as you see some of the things that we'll be talking about, put down feature requests. I'd love for you to show this, or, hey, I've been working on this. I think it would fit really good with there. Throw it in here. Put down the name of your use case. Put down the name of your feature. Put down the system that you think that it should work with, right? We'll be showing how things look like in D365. We'll be showing how things look like in SAP. We'll be showing how things look like in Salesforce. We showed earlier how things look like in Google Sheets. Excel is another one that you can do it with. There's going to be a connector that we're going to be showcasing. There's so many things that, so many features and so many use cases that are just important, and not all of us thought about or put the time and the energy to it just yet. And that's where the community is so big, right? And that's why it's so great to be part of this open source community, because that really accelerates time to market. It accelerates the ideation and so on and so forth. Want to ask anyone, and I'm looking here on YouTube, looks like we're getting around 19 right now, and not too sure how many that we have in the Zoom chat. But before I continue, are there any questions on how to navigate before we go on? Fumbling between all my different screens. Let's see, let me get the chat up. I can't seem to get the chat up. You see the chat?
Yeah, you're all set. There's Sean Wolpert just saying that if there are any issues, let him know by Slack.
Very
Or
cool.
by telepathy, of course.
Telepathy works for me. Can we baseline brain thought? Anyone want to write that into the ideation? Baselining brain thoughts? I think that'd be pretty cool. You know what? For some reason, my chat isn't popping up on here. So if there's chats, Jay or anyone else over here, just let us know. Happy to field them at any time, honestly. And I'm going to do a whole lot of this pausing and asking for feedback. A little bit about my background, just to understand where I'm coming from, and how we got here. Um, again, my name is Dan Orkin with Envision Blockchain, and we joined the Baseline protocol fairly early, right when it launched, actually, and happy to have seen the evolution of it all. I personally come from a background, started out in telecom, so actually I'm pretty interested in that comment around 4G, 5G, and things like that. Started out with telecom, moved on to nonprofit, moved on to hospitality, used to work for Wyndham Worldwide, and then had started an IT consulting company that focused in project management consulting and Microsoft Project Online and Project Server implementations. As we started consulting with Fortune 500 and the offices of the PMO, ended up doing a whole lot of integrations with SAP systems, with Jira systems to Project Online, from ServiceNow to Project Online and Project Server, and Workday as well, so on and so forth. Jason, another co-founder, I'll talk about him as if he's not sitting right here. He actually has a background, started out trading, actually started out as a commercial airline pilot, then went on to trading commodities, and then went on to supply chain and logistics, opening up a whole series of offices across the United States. Actually, in 2016, something along those lines, Jason gave me a call one day and said, "Hey, you need to look at this Ethereum stuff. You need to take a look at this Bitcoin stuff." Maybe it was speculation at that time, but I mean, hey, who didn't start out that way? The more that we looked into it, because obviously, right, you have to do your due diligence, and you look into it. The more you do your due diligence, you realize that there is such a great business need to incorporate a blockchain component into a solution. So lo and behold, in early 2018, we had started Envision Blockchain as a blockchain system integrator, specific with the Microsoft ecosystem, helping customers with end-to-end solutions. So when as we had talks with customers, there was stumbling blocks that we uncovered when discussing private blockchains, because as we all know, discussing public blockchain with enterprise organizations, it gets tricky, it gets tough. There's a lot of education that needs to come with that, especially here in the United States, maybe not so much overseas. When the Baseline protocol came out, what it did was the light bulb went on. This is how we can start to discuss how you can keep business systems in check and in sync while still keeping all of your business off chain in the systems that you probably spent a lot of money implementing, whether it's an SAP system, dynamic system, SQL could also be your system of record, so on and so forth. So for that is a really quick intro into myself, and I think it may help out as we start to talk about the slides. So let's get into it here. So let's go ahead and open up our slides. And let me ask you, if I go through the slides like this, is this good enough to see? I mean, I'm assuming that everyone has the slides for themselves. I could open up into, the main thing, but I guess I'm just asking, if I stay on this slide, is that good enough for everyone? I get the thumbs up over here from Jason. How about some other folks?
That works great.
Works
Yeah,
great?
it looks good.
Cool. So I'm going to stay on this one because what this is going to do is, as we go through these slides, I'm going to call out other sessions where you can actually get deeper into the concepts that we start to discuss. Okay, so another thing is that we're also keeping track of the Slack channel. So we have the Zoom chat going on, we have Kigo chat, we have the Slack chat, we have the live stream. I don't think that there's any shortage of communication channels. So let's get into this one. How to make the most from this breakout session. First and foremost, let's be respectful. I don't think that that's an issue. So far, everyone in the community has been awesome. Respect is always number one. We want different opinions though, right? So just because what you're seeing is like what's written, it's not the final, it's not the ultimate. And that's where number two comes in. We need everyone to stay interactive. It'll get really boring if I just talk for hours and hours and hours on end. One, my voice can get monotone, and two, it's just one opinion just doesn't make it work, right? Number three, iterations and ideas on all slides and content would be ideal. What we've done is we've combined, and I'm speaking about Envision, we've worked with folks within the baseline community for the past, I don't know how many months it's been going on. I want to say it was announced last May or something along those lines, maybe even before that. We've been working on creating this content on how to introduce the baseline protocol, how to showcase the smart contract architecture, how to talk about the standards. Why are we talking about the standards? How does that relate to core interfaces, so on and so forth. So you're gonna see me doing this like stop and go approach. As I get to the slides, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna ask for people's opinions on that. We are, this is our first go at doing this baseline summit as a working session. It's not a presentation. We're not new to workshopping by any means. So consider this one large workshop where there's over 50 people participating right now. So again, we're going to change these slides, and hopefully that if you haven't heard about the baseline protocol, or maybe, you need to explain it to your boss, to your colleagues, to your workers, to your, significant other, whatever it is, hopefully that this deck is going to be able to be translated in the way that you want it to be discussed. Each of the slide sections are aligned to the content outlined in the schedule. We already discussed that. And of course, continue the conversation on Slack. This is literally the Slack channel that is devoted to this breakout one, experiencing the baseline protocol. After the session is done, after today, after tomorrow, the conversation will continue on Slack. That is, if everyone continues it. All right, so let's keep going here. Working sessions to keep in mind. Again, I just want to call this out. There's the core interfaces, persistent messaging format, ZK circuit improvement, and new features. That's going on in breakout session 2. I see that there's a couple folks there. I don't believe that there's actually a session happening right now, but again, that is something. The global phone book project, I mean, that's a super important one, as ease of discoverability is one of the key attributes to leveraging.
I'm just listening.
And that also
keep
is
watch pakkane మూత పెట్టి ఉంటాను చూడు.
And next is scaling baseline work step throughput. Also very important. Again, if there's a low transaction throughput, probably not that important. But as you start to get more transactions that are being posted on mainnet, and we can talk about what those transactions are in a little bit, scaling is always top of mind. Now, again, this is use case by use case specific. Some use cases don't require that kind of throughput, and we can discuss that as well. Tokenization and digital assets, that's happening over here on breakout 6. You see that there's some folks over there. ZK circuit libraries. I don't know if this was updated, but I'm willing to bet that that's in core interfaces. And blockchain client support and baselining. That session is actually happening right now, and that's in breakout session 7. You're going to see that there's going to be a need, not going to be, there is a need for off-chain communication to a mainnet. That's done via client, of course, right? Now, there's going to need to be specific, let's say, baseline parameters that need to be configured for the client in order to work, right? So that's what that whole discussion is all about. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get started into this one, into the baseline protocol. And here's kind of how we start talking about it. And again, now Nick did a great job introing the baseline protocol. I'm going to try to do the same thing, but in a little bit of a different fashion. What we aim to do is, again, change the slides. If there's different screenshots, if there's different pictures, please feel free to comment. We're going to be monitoring everything again. Let's see, maybe if there's a way to zoom in and make it bigger. Maybe if I go like, that doesn't zoom in much.
You can break the slides out separately and go into present mode if you want, Dan.
Yeah, let's see how that works.
See, Dan, right there,
Mhm.
I see, if you scroll back down.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Down at the bottom, there's a little breakout. There you go.
This thing right here.
Yeah.
Yep, you got it. And then you should be able to go into present mode and make it more full screen.
So this is cool. Thank you for that. I don't necessarily want to go into present mode because we still need the ability to write in here. So I'm going to go back and forth, but I like this one. This view is a little bit bigger. Cool. All right. So again, introducing the baseline protocol, how to introduce the baseline protocol, right? So this was actually the date I was looking for. So March 4th, 2020 over here was introduced this press release, Microsoft UI consensus talk about the new way for big business to use public Ethereum. I mean, this is huge news for the enterprise world, for the blockchain space, for systems of record space, everything all. So again, we have this screenshot showcasing that. I want to let everyone know also that the reason why we're going through this, through the different iterations, is because you can literally just go ahead and download the entire presentation. We did that on purpose because, again, we want people's input so that we can go ahead and make changes. And then you can take that back and actually give it to your boss and say, this is why I've been, this is the project I want to work on. And this is how you can start to explain it. Again, we have a screenshot here of the baseline protocol, just kind of showcasing what the GitHub repository looks like. Again, submit your GitHub over to John Walpert, I believe that it was. He'll get you access into here. We really want to promote the ability to contribute. Okay. So let's start here. How to introduce the baseline protocol. We like to say, start by thinking of the low-hanging fruit. One of the ways that we've been able to discuss this is we start saying, who do you do business? Like, who do you do business with? Or who does business with each other, right? We want to be able to identify counterparties, and we want to be able to identify the systems of record within those counterparty organizations, if you will. Let me ask everyone a question. How else would you recommend to start introducing the concept of the baseline protocol? Now, I'm assuming that folks are not familiar with the baseline protocol. That they are familiar with the baseline protocol. So this is less of a one-on-one, even though it kind of feels like it. Let me ask you, to the crowd, how else do you start this conversation?
Who spends a lot of time and effort and resources establishing new working relationships with other enterprises.
Mm-hmm. All right. So who spends time and money establishing what was that?
Establishing new inter-enterprise relationships. So thinking about, who's really shelling out for that onboarding one-to-one instantiation, because that party is likely shelling out for establishing a lot of those relationships for each one-to-one. And an opportunity for greater efficiency, plugging into a community would allow them to significantly minimize those kinds of onboarding costs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Maybe a simple way to begin thinking about that is to simply identify the business processes that you're involved with on a daily basis, that you're just interacting with others.
How often are you chasing other people for information that should just be available through an application or verifying information? Oftentimes, like at a quarter close or a financial close or a daily close, there's a lot of chasing of information, right? Calling people on the phone or sending them email. Hey, is this value right? Is this the right record, et cetera? That will help you identify processes that might be right for baselining.
All of
Also-
the annoying phone calls.
Also, you could look at it instead of who does business with each other, who isn't doing business with each other and should. Like, what's the pain points that are stopping new relationships?
I love that one. And should, right? Because, yeah.
I think there's currently a lot of effort of consortia trying to build blockchain networks for just a purpose or for just a consortium. And there's a lot of effort with regards to infrastructure, management, security. Many times those networks have some lack of cybersecurity concerns because of lack of expertise in their teams. And you can just use public networks because they're already there, so you can save all that effort. And those networks are more secure because they are under constant attack because of the fact that they are public.
And I think that's a really key point, and I'll share a little bit of insight from one of our customers that we were talking to before the baseline protocol was even a thought in our mind. It was when, enterprise organization, I don't think too much has changed, have been discussing literally, private blockchains over public blockchains. And there was this issue in their mind. We had this big whiteboarding session on, well, what happens if Walmart has their private blockchain and their private consortium, and this organization wasn't allowed to be part of it? And then what happens if Kraft has theirs? And then what happens if another company has theirs? Does this company have to join one? Do they have to create one? How can they leverage this kind of the values that decentralized networks provide without but there's all these stumbling blocks? And it's exactly like you just mentioned, right? So it's this ease of discovery, kind of like what Evan mentioned as well, right? It's like, who spends time and money on onboarding these sort of business participants, which also speaks to who isn't doing business with each other and should, like, what are these blockers? So that's good. And we're going to come back to this one, but just in the essence of time, I'm going to keep this moving here. What I hope to do now, I'm thinking about it, and this group is much more interactive than I would have liked to give credit for at the beginning coming in, because you just never know. Maybe what we do is we combine all our thoughts, and then tomorrow what we could do is actually put them all together. And then we have one cohesive deck that we can go and distribute. Just an idea. The next slide was something that came from a working session that we had when the baseline protocol first came out. And it was a working session on, it was literally called, there was an epic that was called like, why now? Like, why should we care about investing our time into the baseline protocol when literally we have other initiatives going on right now? And I'm sure that everyone can speak to prioritization within your own day-to-day, right? So of course, with the innovator's dilemma we had from Clay Christensen, imagine you could do X without limiting Y. And this is where this idea of the cookbook really stemmed from. It's like this value cake where you have layer one, and the layers aren't really in any significant order. It's just, layer one was just basically talking about, when you look at B2C environments, they're much more mature than B2B environments. Infrastructure, experience, just the ease, right? It's like if you want to buy something from Amazon, you click one button and you can, now you can get it same day with some kind of drone coming in and just kind of putting it right there in your doorstep. Now, if you want to, let's say in aviation, you want to go and track a part back to birth, good luck. I'm not going to get political, but the infrastructure that government voting is on is small, is not very updated, as opposed to, like, let's say the financial software that we use for trading, right? You see everything instantly right now, bang, bang, bang. So there's this need for layer one to increase the B2B world. Layer two is that we want to be able to provide value to business partners of all sizes, not just the large ones, but also the small companies that, for example, in Radish 34, we'll talk about the procurement use case. What if there's a small company that just doesn't have the IT setup ability as a larger company, but they have the supplies and they have the good service that as a buyer you want? Something to keep in mind. Layer three is that that you ensure the expectations can't be changed. Whatever you agree upon, it happens. And you can't really get that unless you work in an immutable way, right? I think that we all know that. I'm preaching to the choir over here. Layer four could potentially be the most important. Maybe that's why it's on the bottom. I don't know. I know I said that they're all important, but we could talk about this one. So layer two is we provide a CISO compliant technology stack. And there's a methodology behind that. And that gave birth to the cookbook idea back in the day. And the reason for that is because you can really mix and mingle many different things in order to create the recipe for the product that your business needs, right? So we'll hang on this one for just a second. In the spirit of time, we'll just keep going. Slide 11 here talks about the baseline protocol is not a product. It's not a solution. It's not a coin. You can't trade it, buy it, sell it. There's, we've been seeing a whole lot of funny things on the Slack channel. People wanted to know, when is it ICOing? When, none of that. It's a pattern. It's a pattern that has really, showing in the case of Radish 34, there's really three fundamental B2B interaction types. You have contractual agreements, you have business transactions, and you have this transfer of funds of the assets or something like that. So here what we aim to do is we wanted to show a traditional disconnected system. You see there's EDI connecting it, and that's a big piece. You have company A, company B, they're working, and then, just like Nick said in the opening comments, you have Facimail, you have email, you have text message, you have all these ways that you discuss and contribute. I think that there's a couple questions coming up.
Nope, just me putting in some notes.
Cool. No, I just want to make sure that we get to them here. Cool. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So again here, but then we have the other side, the blockchain base, right? So everyone is in sync, everyone stays in. Again, we'll go back to that one, unless there's any comments here on this slide. I just want to capture that. Is there anything that you don't agree with or anything that you do agree with before we continue? Okay, I take the silence as everything makes sense for now. Here's where we get into the meat and potatoes of really what this whole summit is all about, right? So here we have, it's like in our opinion, you can potentially break down the intro to baseline in this one sentence. You are baselined when you have two or more systems that store data and run business logic in a verified state of consistency. And it's enabled by the mainnet, capital M, as a common frame of reference. So let's see all these different things, right? So we have, again, the core interfaces group, which is breakout 2. That's how you connect your system of record to your baseline stack, which we'll talk about, which would also, the connection to mainnet is included in the baseline stack, but it's via this core interfaces that allows the connectivity between your product, your system of record, whether it's a custom web app or it's a Dynamics 365 or whatever, right? SAP, Salesforce, Oracle, you connect via core interfaces. How does every company, now we're gonna roll with this assumption right now that each company is operating on their own system of record. So we have D365 with one company, SAP with another company, Salesforce with another company, Oracle with another company. How do they easily find each other? You could manually enter all the information, just like Nick said, or you can have a global phone book that has access to everybody and anything that you could possibly connect to from a business perspective. That is currently being discussed over here on Breakout 3. The blockchain client support, just put that right here in the middle. Again, we spoke about that. That session's going on right now. Product cookbook, we're talking about Oracle systems, SAP systems, Salesforce, Dynamics, and we urge you, use this tab right here. I'm going to fly around all these different screens. Use this. We got somebody in here. Someone said transbook. Awesome. You see, this is the kind of interaction that we're talking about. So you see these products, we need more of these ideas in here so that now we can start to put to work and actually get your dreams to come true over here. So, we need more of these ideas and what systems are being used and for what they're being used and what the use case is. So fill that out. But again, that's part of your product cookbook. And as we go through these things over here, you're going to see that there's certain features that just aren't shown. Maybe you want to see something, and we'll point that out. Scaling baseline also is another track which is happening. Again, you could have, depending on the session, depending on the use case, you could have more transactions than scaling permits to happen right now, right? So for that, there's a session right now. They're working on it. Best minds in the industry are putting their thoughts and their energy and their effort into scaling. We all know that scaling is an issue right now. I don't want to talk about gas prices, or I don't want to talk about, throughput. It's something that we all need to work on. It shouldn't stop us from actually moving forward with anything. Also, oracles and external data is also very important. If your business process if a workflow relies on a particular piece of information which is external from what you are producing yourself, you don't want to make a decision based on something that's faulty. For that, we have the oracles and external data workshop also happening, and the tokenization and digital assets as well. Okay, so we'll go through this and we'll see if there's even a better way to go ahead and talk about it. Now, before I go on to the next slide, because the next couple slides are gonna go kind of quick, let me just actually take a step back right here. Who else can come up with another term or another sentence on how to explain what's baselined or what is baselining? Let me take note of some things. So here I'm writing, you are baselined when two or more systems store data and run business logic in a verified state of consistency, enabling enabled by using the mainnet as a common frame of reference. In my opinion, that doesn't do it. I think that we need something more succinct, and that's just my opinion. Let's see. I think we have a question over here in the chat. It's coming from Bass. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name right. Question: all these slides talk about two parties with two systems of reference talking to each other. Couldn't there be another use case to use baseline for a single party? How about using baseline to make sure that the quotations and billings you send out to customers who are not connected to baseline are still are correct? Sorry, not the direction you want to take the talk. And no, I mean, look, this session is for everybody. So yeah, no, let's talk about it, you know, which is really relevant actually to what we're talking about. Because in this system right here, we said you are baseline when two or more systems store data. You're asking, is there a potential that you don't need two systems to be baselined? I'm going to go on a whim and start the conversation, and I'm going to say, I think you need two systems in order to have baseline. Otherwise, it's just one system putting something on mainnet, for example, which still keeps immutability, but doesn't necessarily mean that two systems are in sync. Unless that the company that you're sending the quotes and billings out to is also baselining that, which is what we're going to be showing. But let me ask, what does everyone think to that question? Do we need a minimum of two parties, or can we do this with one party? Let's start there.
I mean, in my opinion, I guess it really comes down to what you define as a party, doesn't it? You could have several different departments within a single company work as systems themselves, and just try to keep like internally the records straight. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. So we've seen this, that one organization does have, let's say, different legal entities, and they do operate different systems. So maybe, but again, I don't want to be the one to answer that. I want the rest of everyone to answer that.
So Daniel, I think you hit on a really important differentiator, which is the distinct legal entity barrier between, you know, organizations, enterprises, parties that would require baselining in order to keep their data sets in sync, or would have, you know, a barrier that exists between them that would demand baselining or some other consensus mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, that sort of phrasing distinct legal entities, I think, covers off the example that was just mentioned about having, you know, different subsidiaries, perhaps of the same organization, or different, you know, national groups, you know, related to different regions for the same organization. But I think what the reasoning for that two or more systems phrasing in the original sentence that you put forth, I think, implies that there is a necessity for baselining, that such verified consistency cannot be otherwise achieved due to the current architecture or the current state of that data. So I'm sorry, I think we're going the opposite direction of being more pithy, but just to parse what we mean by two or more, what we really mean is unable, a non-zero number of parties. So I guess, 2+ that are otherwise unable to maintain a verified state of consistency.
I think that was really well said, Evan. And I think, I'll back up a second just to Bass's point. I think, from Bass's standpoint, I think that where you're coming from, Bass, is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is simply that, when we're sitting here talking about two or more parties, we're also looking at this as two or more state machines, where theoretically you are right. You are taking information from your state machine and providing a proof on a mainnet, which is another state machine, and you have two different state machines now interacting with one another. Where I think baseline is trying to drive value is between two different business entities, where the consistency and proof on mainnet is specifically tied in for a business process, where instead of having, you know, a reconciliation period, or instead of dealing with any sort of verification of a business process moving forward, all of the above, where two parties would interact, you know, that's kind of where we see baseline's value coming to fruition, where, you know, I think, you know, just to your point, Baz, putting some verification or proof on mainnet, you know, is important, and may be important to other participants that are not necessarily involved in the baseline protocol, just for the simple sake of ensuring that there's some immutable proof of that record moving forward is great. But it doesn't necessarily, you don't necessarily need to incorporate all of the components, such as the global phone book. You wouldn't need to incorporate, you know, the various other interfaces that may be critical to baseline and you know, facilitating a business process transaction between two or more business entities.
If I'm understanding you right, though, you might want to differentiate between what you see as baseline's primary value and what can still be accomplished with it. I mean, if I could give a really mundane example, if I have two computers right next to each other in a room, and I need to move a file from one computer to the other, oftentimes I'll send an email to myself if I'm logged in on both computers. That is not what email is meant to do. It's not meant to be a file transfer protocol between computers, especially on one internal network. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, I could be sending a file to a different continent just to move it 2 feet. But it is something I suspect I'm probably not the only person on Earth who does that. So even if there's a lot, okay, there we go. So even if baseline has all of these things that you wouldn't need in order to, say, make an internal record or have internal communication between two different things, like, say, SAP and Oracle, I mean, at the end of the day, if you really distill it, it really just is a communication layer between data silos. No, you want to do a lot more with it. There's a lot more you can do, but if you really strip it down to its like most basic function, and it's basically just a communication layer. No,
You know, it's like this, right? And we can talk about this a little bit later as well. We'll the part of what we're going to be showing is the reference implementation BRI1, and there's 1.1 which is coming out soon, which was put out by Provide. And you know, it's like what it's doing in that reference implementation is it's showing how you're baselining two JSON objects. So you don't necessarily need baseline to send something somewhere, right? You could still send it via OneDrive, Google Drive. You can still send it through email, like you mentioned. However, if you need to make sure that that file is the same as the other computer, for whatever the business purpose is, if that record needs to say the same, if that MP4 was never changed or something along those lines, that's where baselining helps, because it keeps that state of consistency. And I think that we've said state of consistency, you know, a couple different times from a couple different folks.
okay, well, I understand what you're saying. I mean, the verification, couldn't you argue that the verification is also a part of communication, though? I mean, as in, I know because of the proof on mainnet that this is what's being communicated. Yeah.
Absolutely right. And for that, that's where the core interfaces session comes in. Because in the core interfaces session, as we'll show you in experiencing, right, is that you still need to be able to have messaging. Like you can't you can't send something without having the right, I don't know, interface for the APIs to be able to send things through. And just to get a little bit deeper into it, one of the things that we've done, and we'll show you within the product cookbook, is, and I'll just share this into this, the cookbook ideation, is the connector, right? So there's a need for you to be able to send something. And in Radish 34, that something is an RFP. And just like the example that you just mentioned, you can either send the RFP via email, or you can do it the way that we showcased, and we're going to show you how we've done it and talk about some of the technical components that went into it. Is this connector piece, so that there's a proxy with a data model that sits in the middle that can create the objects that needs to be created while baselining specific attributes. Where in the Radish 34 use case, which is actually a pretty good segue, I'm going to just move on and we'll consolidate some of these thoughts. Move on to the next part is, and here, I'll just keep this up here. I'm not going to really, go into this one. But again, as we start to talk about, I remember that somebody was saying something around, let's do telecom, or let's do something else. Let's make sure that we're not doing things just to do them, and they're, the tech has business behind it, so that there's something behind that, right? And the procurement use case answers volume discounts problems, multilateral to bilateral compartmentalization problem, blind coordination problem, the coopetition problem, so on and so forth, right? And here's the first flow that went into it, and maybe I can zoom in on this. This is like a really, looks like it's the inverse. If I shrink my screen, this gets bigger. Okay. So here's the first workflow that was put out for Radish 34 that we translated into what we're going to show you in the next couple minutes over here. Basically, you can go and check this out at the docs. I'm gonna open this up just so everyone could see. Again, more material for you to know about is that all the things that we're talking about is already documented right here in the baseline protocol docs. And this is the workflow that we're talking about. This doesn't really do us any justice either. But essentially you have company A, company B, and you have these different components. You have a messenger component. That's what you were just discussing, is the need for a messenger service. You have zero knowledge proofs. I'm gonna have to get up in here. You have your database, you have your wallet software, you have your blockchains, you have your API. And as you start to, start this use case at the very beginning, there's certain things that need to happen. For example, you need to have messaging in order to send from one computer to another computer, or from SAP to D365, or from Google Sheets to Oracle, or from, you kind of get the point. Then when someone in Radish 34 procurement, when they send something back, right, we have these two counterparties that we spoke about. You send something back, that's the proposal. When the MSA happens, when you agree on something, that's hardened. Or what they like to call is this new interface that we'll briefly touch up on, is persistence at the UI level. Again, part of the core interfaces workshop. So as we're talking through this, if there's interest around that, please make sure that you join the core interface group and speak up the way that you've been doing over here. I mean, I think that this is really, really a great conversation. Global phone book happens before you have your Alice and Bob, for example, product cookbook, etc. Anyway, you sign the MSA, that goes here, right? And then their needs for the blockchain part doesn't actually really happen until somewhere around here, where you have the verify key from the zero knowledge proofs to be able to be put within the shield contract. Now, I'll make a quick comment. there was a quick chat that was happening on Slack, and the question was on Slack is, why can't we just take a hash and throw that up on chain? Why can't we just do that? Why do we need the baseline protocol for that? And you can, but you're not considering some of the other components like privacy that would be part of it. Again, that's all part of the core interfaces working group. So you need that shield contract in order to give you, and I'm going back into this right here, in order to give you this compartmentalization issue so that no other party could see what the other party is doing. It's easy to see within procurement use case, but again, I'm urging everyone to go ahead and add different use cases in here that could fit that, need for privacy. Anyway, going forward, this is also part of the cookbook, and we're going to be showing you this, just a couple minutes or so. This was a demo flow that was done through Unibright, Provide. This is not Chainlink. Everyone thinks that this looks like Chainlink. It looks like Chainlink, but it's Provide. I know that they've been saying that on YouTube and stuff. I just want to clarify. This is Provide, and then Envision, and we put this demo flow. It's part of the cookbook, right? So again, the cookbook is to give teams, companies that are developing product, that are looking to modernize their systems, looking to expand on their systems, giving a recipe as to how they can actually do that with the systems that they use or the systems that their business partners use. So for that, we put together this demo that showed from SAP. There was this request for proposal that got sent out to the D365 environment. Proposal then was answered. That went to the purchase order. From the purchase order, then that has to get approved. That gets sent, and that creates a sales order. We skipped the MSA part for just ease of demo, and also that probably happens off chain, right? So that happens probably even outside of your ERP system, right? So you probably have a document that you sign, for example, you sign the MSA, everything's locked in. You can store that as an email, okay? Let's go on here. So what we're going to show you in the next couple minutes is this D365 to D365. We're going to ask for a couple brave souls that want to share their screen, that want to get in, and this is what we're showing, right? We've already talked about that. So procurement is ripe for baselining. I'm going to ask everyone. I'm going to pause for 2 minutes. I'm going to ask everyone to please go into the cookbook ideation session. And let's write a couple use cases. What else besides for procurement makes sense where there's two parties that want to do business together? I'm going to just back up and stop talking for 2 minutes.
I got a previous question.
Yeah, please.
Because of my lack of knowledge of baseline. Does it support multi-party scenarios?
Can you give me a little bit more clarity?
I want to have that kind of synchronization in a point to multi-point environment instead of point to point. So one party wants to synchronize some register to many people, to many parties, instead of just two parties interacting with each other.
You know, I want to say yes, but I think we would need to know a little bit more about that. Can you be a little bit more specific even?
I'm trying to imagine. Let's say a number of different parties want to kind of maybe keep in sync some kind of balance or an inventory.
Mm-hmm.
So each one of them can update the inventory on their own, and then that inventory is synchronized across all the different parties. So think, for instance, different stores, and all those stores have different parts in their sites, and each site updates its records and they get replicated to all the others, so that somebody can have a comprehensive view of what is in the store of the whole system.
So we've seen similar similar discussions happening now, and that's kind of what we're going to show you with this Radish 34 and procurement, because what you're talking about is synchronization of inventory between parties, so that maybe it could enable predictability and forecasting.
Yeah, but
And
the basic question is you are all constantly talking about party to party, and my question is, can that synchronization happen multi-party, so that one party updates one record and then all the other parties get in sync?
No, I don't see why it can't, especially since they're multi-parties are going to have multiple different systems, and that's the purpose of that. Let me ask somebody else. What does someone else think? It looks like Jason has something to say.
Yeah, I was actually just gonna agree that it is definitely a multi-party system. With respect to the procurement use case, what we're gonna show is, how a buyer interacts with multiple suppliers, where multiple suppliers are shielded from each other from having that visibility. Although, if this was a situation where, I don't know, this is a retail type situation, say it's telecom, and each store or whatever it might be, each storefront maybe is its own, maybe it's not telecom, maybe it's whatever. But each storefront, is in charge of their own business, their own books, their own business entity. And they're interested in understanding, the flow of product or inventory in the event they needed to move inventory between stores. For whatever the case, that's definitely a possibility, right? You can lift permissions or the ability to shield different participants within a workflow. That's definitely something that's configurable. I think that the idea is that now you have multiple different participants who are maintaining the same inventory record, if you will, between different state machines for a certain level of accuracy, and we can, enable some level of privacy, depending on a specific workflow. So I think, to answer your question, yeah, I definitely think that baseline is enabling a multi-party situation where we can sync different state machines. That's exactly what we're doing, for sure.
Thank you.
Cool. And please go to the Sheets tab and fill out the question you just asked, and let's put that into the queue. All right. So let's see. Let's keep going over here. We kind of beat this one all the way down to the ground, so we understand the Radish 34. We'll showcase that. Some folks may just want to understand a little bit around the smart contract architecture and what was diagrammed out there from the very beginning. It is using the ERC 1820 registrar contract that needs to be deployed if there is no 1820 registrar contract in place. If you're using public blockchain, which this is the whole purpose, is to use mainnet, then you don't have to deploy that in that step. That's already done for you. If you're deploying this, let's say you're testing this out and this is on a private, that still needs to be deployed. But again, that's all baked into it. Organization management is happening through the org registry contract, which handles permissions, roles, etc. Process and privacy management is just like Jason was just talking about. You have your shield contract, your verifier contract, and then there's token management as well, if that's part of the use case, from ERC 20 contracts, ERC 721s, ERC 1155. So definitely, take a look into this one. This particular slide needs to be updated. So I'm gonna make a note, and I'm going to say that this slide needs to be updated with the new core interfaces. So let's just say that this is a slide that we'll work on. Okay, and then again, just some value, like why should we care? I think that we spoke about this a little bit earlier. We modernize systems, we synchronize and automate workflows, CISO compliant, right? Because everything happens off chain. We're just sending one hash to the mainnet that's hidden inside the shield contract, which again, just for those that don't know, I just want to go ahead and just say this for the record, that shield that shield contract is a combination of EY Nightfall and Zcash protocol. So taking really exceptional technology and minds in the industry put that together. So we'll go back if there's time, and we'll talk about why should we care about that. Standards and modern applications. Let me see, is Anais here? I have too many people in the session to actually see who's in here.
No, Anais is not in here, Dana.
Cool. Thanks, Mark. For those that haven't had the chance to talk to Anais and Frank, definitely we recommend that you have a conversation with her. She's been leading the standards work. The standards work is really where this is all about. For those that are familiar with, what is it? The Crossing the Chasm book, right? The whole point is that with this emerging technology, the pragmatists are just really slow to adopt and buy. And who is this for? This is for enterprise organizations or small companies or small businesses, but it's for the business world. And people don't really want to stick their neck out with emerging technology when there's so much uncertainty around that. Hence, we have standards. And standards brings to the table a methodology that makes pragmatists, I don't know, feel a little bit more comfortable with the situation. Like they're not the first ones that have, they're not paying someone a SaaS fee or a consulting fee to figure this out. It's kind of already been figured out. And that's what, standard 1 and standard 2 talks about. There's the baseline core. We're going to flash that. And then there's standard 2, which talks about the baseline API and the data model. You're going to see some of these things in work in the next couple minutes. But like always, we do want you to know that, for example, when we talk about the standard 1, hashtag 2020 baseline summit, definitely tweet about it. But the whole point of putting this out, hashtag 2020 baseline summit, is because the standard 1, the core, and this is a work in progress, it's not completed by any means. It takes into account the API, the communication, the privacy and confidentiality, agreement execution, which is really the blockchain ledger, the governance, the security, and this security considerations, conformance. And along with baseline standard 2 talks about the API and data model. There is the baseline IRPC. There's the iRegistry, the iVault, the iPersistence service, which is a brand new one. If there's any interest around that one, which I really hope that there is, because this one is just so critical to making baseline a reality at the UI level. Definitely check that out. iBlockchain service and data model. Why do we even care about these standards? It's because of this. It's because, you're probably here from a development perspective because you want to know, how the heck are we going to implement this thing? Like, okay, we have code, but what does that actually mean? So it's like 3 very simple steps that takes time and resources and energy, but it's simple. You need to start with the use case. We're showing you procurement. That's the first use case that we're showing you. Then you have to build a provider. What's a provider? A provider is a baseline stack that has all of these components. iBaseline RPC, iRegistry, iVault, iPersistence, iBlockchain service. It's got a data model behind that. This is how you make it happen, right? So Provide has put a lot of energy into it. They are a provider. Their name is Provide. It's kind of funny. And then we have connect and deploy. How do you connect and deploy, right? You have your use case, you have your provider built, you have your baseline stack. Fantastic. Now what? Now you have to connect and deploy this thing. Connect and deploy is what we're about to show you next, right? So we have now the business app. So let's kind of get into it here. So first, there was a reference implementation of Radish 34. Now we're showing you the reference implementation of BRI1, which was just put out a couple weeks ago. It's like fresh. And on top of that, there's also BRI 1.1, which is just coming out. You can see it's not yet merged to main, but it's something that is really in the works, and you can go and even take a look at the code right now if you go into the GitHub. But what it's doing is it's showing how you start. And that's so important, especially like with the global phone book. How are you going to initialize with the org registry? Okay, so I'll show you this really quickly. So here's just a quick video. Put some music on. All right, so here's just a quick little intro. This is a 3-minute video. We did this video a little while ago, and it's essentially showing it's all CLI stuff. You know, on the left-hand side, you have your environment, which is spinning up. Left-hand side, you're going to see the requirements that are being implemented. On the right-hand side, you have all the logs that are running so that you can actually see things that are in work. And I'll just pause right here. You see, you have baseline work group creation. I think that's kind of important, right? Because you have to know how you actually start this thing up. Okay, so we'll keep this running, right? Sit back and you can watch these two parties, Bob and Alice, baseline this JSON object that I was alluding to a little bit earlier. One JSON object sits in one environment, another JSON object sits in another object, in another environment. And I'll just pause right here. We could talk about what we're seeing. So as you go through this BRI1, you can notice that there's certain check marks that happen. Should create the work group in a local registry. Should authorize a bearer token, right? This is all about authorization. Should deploy the ERC 1820 contract for the work group. Remember, we were just discussing if that needs to deploy in a local environment or if you're doing this on mainnet, right? This is obviously being deployed in a local environment. That's how the 1820 comes out. It even shows you how long it takes, this red over here is milliseconds, how long it takes to actually go. So now we're starting, right? So Bob, right, that organization, that environment needs to be able to config first, right? So they're creating a work group. They're including privacy. So ZK snark circuits, you have your trusted setup, you're going through the compilation, okay? You're going through this over here. It's a lot easier, I agree, to just send an email of the file that you want, but you're not keeping this in sync. There's no zero knowledge proofs on that. There's no conformance to standards. It could be tampered with and you just don't know. Things like that happen all the time, right? So here you go. We have our contracts that's being deployed. We have messaging, we have registration, we have Vault, which deals with signatures. It deals with making sure that addresses aren't being traced back to the organization that signed those transactions. Okay, we'll keep this running. We're about halfway through, maybe a little bit more. Now we're inviting participants to the work group. This is so important. Who wants to do business by themselves? And this is kind of what we were talking about before on, can you do this with just one person? it kind of defeats the purpose of baseline, right? So you need to have this interaction where you're sending an invite out to those organizations that you're going to participate with. Lower the sound here. Is it better?
Yeah, Joel said he was struggling to hear you.
Yeah, okay.
Cool.
Cool, thank you. So here we're still inviting the participants to the work group. Now the work group is being owned by Bob. Bob owns the work group. In the case of Radish 34, the buyer is the owner of the work group. Okay, so Alice now then she joins. Alice is all set. She's configured. She has her smart contracts that are deployed. She has her messaging that's all set up. It's registered. She has her iVault all set up. And that's that. So Bob and Alice are now baselined, and now they can do something. But that's not the point of this demo, right? The point of this video was just to showcase how it is that it essentially gets started. And it starts with the org registry being set up and sending the invite out, and then getting your counterparties to also join in, and then registering, for example, Radish 34, there was the code for Whisper, and then secondly, then it was Nats for the for the messaging, but you have to set up your circuits and yada yada yada, right? So that got all set up. Okay, we'll come on down, and this kind of talks a little bit about the BRI architecture, where again you could start to see the ident and the iVault, and this is all part of the core interfaces. Again, to get down into the code level, I can't tell you enough. You're not going to want to miss this core interfaces group. It looks like the team is already getting in there. So if there's any questions around that, I mean, like, leave this session and go to the core interfaces session and start to dig into the code, because that's where it's at. Continuing further, so something interesting to note here is we just wanted to showcase this. So linking what you just saw together with standards. Okay, so we have not everything is being demonstrated within this BRI1. We're not showing conformance. We're not showing security considerations. We're not showing governance but that's all right though, because we just wanted to showcase how things actually look and how things begin. So you are you are demonstrating baseline APIs. You are demonstrating communication, right? I mean, Bob had to send the invite out to Alice somehow, and that's done through these APIs and the communication and the messaging. There was, as we saw, there was the circuit creation. So there was the privacy and confidentiality. There was the shield deployments with those contracts as well. So that includes that. And then you also have the execution agreement, which is, you need the ledger to be able to execute these smart contracts for that agreement. So again, linking it back to the core interfaces session, which is what we aim to do, is that we're showing iRegistry, we're showing iMessaging, we're showing iVault, iZK Snark is also another one, Shield Contract Verifier. That's all being discussed over there. Okay, so let's actually start to experience this thing. So now we're gonna get onto here. Before I get into this one, are there any questions that we can discuss? I'm looking here in the YouTube chat. Looks like there was some conversation there. I have 18 on there. Any questions? Any comments? I see that we added some more intakes. That's good. Get them begging. Please fill out the sheet. Put your ideas on there. If you don't want to be confined to this type of format, go into the tab section, go into the notes. Let me see if anyone's written anything here.
Justin just asked a question in the Zoom chat.
The Zoom?
Said, so in short, to answer your earlier question, baseline is a secure private validator for objects in JSON packages for enterprises who use different data sets.
In short, to answer your question earlier, baseline is a secure private validator for objects and JSON packages. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to describe it in one sentence. I'm gonna take that, and everything is open source. So you said it. I'm gonna put it in there.
One thing also to add is that's 100% correct. And all that we're using mainnet for is just to prove, is just simply to prove that these object packages are in sync.
Cool.
That's exactly correct.
So
What
I'm
you're saying.
yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this into the notes section here, and we'll consolidate that. Did that actually put in there? I love this format, by the way. I just want to say that I love this format as opposed to just giving a presentation. It's just it's so great to get feedback and you know, and have this collaboration tool where we can just see the same things and talk about the same thing. So again, Nick, awesome job setting this up. All right. We are behind time, which I didn't actually think that we were going to be behind time. But so let's jump into this one. So here we're going to experience baselined Microsoft Dynamics 365. What did we want to do? Jane did all the hard work, but appreciate the thanks. Yeah, look, I use your name as like the silver bullet for everyone that was behind this. So Jane and everyone else that you mentioned, you know, thank you for that awesome experience, I think, so far. Okay, so what did we want to aim for? One thing that we wanted to showcase is this. From a cookbook perspective, from an enterprise business perspective, 100% of all of our customers, not even like 99, 100% of our customers said, hey, if we have something and we want to integrate blockchain, or we want to use blockchain, or we want to do blockchain, as what we've heard sometimes, do we have to rip our system out, or can it just run in the background? So that's really what we wanted to aim for, is we wanted this system to look like the system that they use day in and day out, right? The less organization rigor and change management that's involved, the better it's going to be. And if you're working on your system right now, looking to baseline it, make it feel as if it's just like blockchain isn't even there. It's like running in the background. So what did we do as it relates to Dynamics 365 is we kept as many out of the box modules as physically possible. So when you purchase a license for Dynamics 365 for finance and operations, the SKU has changed a little bit. Now there's finance, and then there's supply chain management, but it's neither here nor there. You get these modules out of the box. So there's a procurement and sourcing module, which handles your request for quotations. It handles your purchase orders. You can create your vendors. You can also manage all of the product information in here. Okay. And same thing on the supplier side. Excuse me. So if you're a supplier, out of the box, you're going to be, you have your request for quotations, your sales orders. You can onboard your customers. You have your product information. But what you don't have is you don't have baseline. So what did we do is we created a custom module that we call Radish 34 for purposes of this procurement demo, that incorporates everything that you see. It incorporates, on the back end, it incorporates all of these standards and yada, 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 right? So this is the only thing that's new, and that's just a simple add-on. You just install this. And I'll actually show you this, but just to kind of go over it, because I'm going to go kind of quick. If you are an admin of a system, you're going to want to take a look at some of these things. So for example, you're going to need to set up some security permission roles, right? So for procurement, D365 has specific roles like purchasing agent, purchasing manager. If you want to send a PO, you got to be accounts payable manager. There's just no way around it. Not everyone's going to be a system admin, and a system admin then has to be able to install this. But when it's installed, you have now this Radish 34 module that came out of this cookbook, right? So now here's how we make it look like. So it looks just like the ERP system that folks are accustomed to using. With one caveat, is that there's a parameter section. And when you get to the parameter section, that's where you can actually go ahead and change your connector Q bus. Okay, so remember, every organization is going to need to have their own baseline stack. Okay, so just keep that in mind. So that means that every baseline needs to be connected to your system of record somehow. And for that, what we use from an admin perspective from the cookbook is that we have a parameter. You know what? I'm just going to do a little bit of ideation myself. I'm going to go in here, and I think that there also needs to be baseline provider parameter settings. Okay, so remember, your baseline provider is your baseline stack, and the parameter settings are how are you actually going to connect from that particular baseline stack to the ERP or vice versa, whichever way you want to think about it. Okay, so that's on that screen. The next screen, global phone book, please. If this is of interest to you, you're gonna want to check out the global phone book session. You gotta have to onboard new vendors. If you are a procurement purchasing agent, you're gonna need to onboard your suppliers. And vice versa, if you're a supplier, you're gonna wanna onboard your quote unquote customers. Wouldn't it be easier if you didn't have to actually enter all of this information, like your name, like your address, like your EIN number and yada, yada, yada. If you could just search for a company that you're about to do business with, or maybe they just give you their DID and you just enter it right here and it just populates all that information. How much time do you think that we'll be able to save companies by doing something like that? Anyway, that was more of a rhetorical question, but it was also a plug for the global phone book. To give even more context of the plug, Kale from Microsoft is going to be talking about how the global phone book works together with Azure Active Directory, which is just like perfect for this D365 scenario because D365 actually runs on Azure. Likewise, Johnny from Consensus is going to be talking about UI implications and UX implications with dealing with the global phone book and dealing with DIDs. I definitely recommend you check it out. They showed me what they were working on yesterday. I'm not going to steal their thunder. That just wouldn't be fair. But man, it is so cool to see this stuff actually being worked on, and they'll show you. So again, global phone book. This is where it's at right over here. No one's in there right now. The session isn't happening now, but when it does, that's where you're going to be able to tie it all together. Okay. Another screenshot I'll show you. And again, I'm showing you this from the admin perspective because when we're going to do the experience over here in just a minute, you're not going to be able to see all that. The session begins at 1 p.m. Mark, I see you. Is that the session for the global phone book? Cool. So yeah, so at 1 p.m., if you get bored with this, I recommend you go to the 1 p.m. session and check out the global phone book because man, they got some cool stuff over there to show. And we need your help to actually put your input into how it should actually look from a UX perspective. How are we going to make, you know what? I was just about to speak about this session and I'm just going to keep my mouth closed because then what's the point of going there? This next slide talks about this. Sorry, let me go back here. When you're done onboarding your vendor, you're going to need a way to connect it to the actual connector, right? So you have a system of record, you onboard your vendor. How are you going to make sure that you're actually connected to your provider? So for that, we put that in as external codes. And then you see this value right over here. This value gets populated as soon as you connect a baseline provider to it. I'm not too sure. So the company that we set this up over here, this was just like a test, like a new. I may be able to show you a screenshot how this looks like once we get into the experience. And this is cool. We wanted to showcase this just again to get the juices flowing and the ideation happening. So again, to talk more about this particular connector and what we did. And I'm talking about this not from like a sales perspective, but more from, like, here's how we did it. And we recommend that you put something into your ideation funnel as well. So again, out of the box and keeping everything native is what we really wanted to do. And something that's native to Dynamics 365 is something called business events. You can send messages out HTTP, you can send messages out with WebSockets, etc., webhooks, or D365 native out of the box comes with business events. What we did was we built a middleware, actually that's running on Microsoft Azure Service Bus, that is integrated together with D365 and with the provider stack. Excuse me. That provider stack has all of these core interfaces that allows you to connect what you need to connect. So that's what we did over here. And we put that into, cool, I see that some of this going over here. And we put that in here, the connector, and I'm just going to make a note here because I'm just thinking out loud. So native to the system record. Okay. What else do we show here before we get in? And one other thing, we've been hearing that there's a lot of talk around how do you lock certain fields from a zero knowledge proof perspective? Once your trusted setup happens and you compile what you need to compile, the data points, in order to create the zero knowledge proof formula, right? For those that are familiar with ZK circuits, it basically spits out a true or false, right? If it's true, it's good. If it's false, then you're missing something. Something's not computing right. What we're showing over here from a product cookbook perspective is that D365 has the ability to lock these particular things. The things that we could lock based on business process is forms, tables, and fields. There's different ways that we can lock it, but that's done again at the code level when you're configuring these systems, right? So there's all sorts of custom scripts that you can put in, but you can now start to imagine how zero knowledge circuits will actually look like on the front end of an ERP system. So I know that Dom is going to be talking a little bit about how they lock things down in Salesforce. That's how we lock things down in D365. Just to show you a little snippet of code over here, showing you that you can either allow create, allow edit, allow delete. Do not allow is also a function, right? Okay, so with that in mind, can I get 2 volunteers? And these 2 volunteers will have to be like Zoom experts, because I'm going to ask them to share their screens at specific times. So who is brave enough? Type into the Zoom chat. I need 2 participants. Someone's got to be a buyer and someone's got to be a supplier. I mean, if nobody volunteers, I could just show you on my screen and go side by side. It's not an issue for me. It's just more fun to have somebody else actually do the clicking and I can guide through. Frederick, you are the man. You can. We have 1. Who wants to do number 2?
I'll do it.
Who's that, Mark?
Mark, yeah.
Mark, brave soul. All right, I'm going to ask you to do a couple things here. I'm I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Okay. And when I stop sharing the screen, what I'm also going to ask you to do is make sure that you don't have anything important on your screen. Make sure you don't have anything important on your screen. Make sure that what's it called? That it's that you're able to share your screen. Okay. So let's see. What we're going to do now is I'm going to send Mark and Frederick your top secret passwords, because we can only have one person in at the time. Otherwise, it's going to get a little messy. So just give me a second and let me load something up. So both of you can navigate to this URL. Okay, so let's see. So I'm going to go into the Zoom chat. So I'm going to type this in the Zoom chat. Both of you can go navigate to that URL. Okay. And let's see. Mark, can you be the buyer?
Sure.
Here is your username. You are test buyer at envisionblockchain.com. And Frederick, that would make you the supplier, okay? So you will be now test supplier at envisionblockchain.com. And what I'm going to do is, Mark, I'm going to send you the password.
It's sending me to a this URL is basically sending me to a.
Yep. So when you get to the URL, just sign in with the test buyer at envisionblockchain.com, and I'm sending you a private message with the password.
Yeah, it's a dynamics.com, and I'm not signed in. I don't have admin rights for Dynamics, my Microsoft.
It should allow you to just go log in, or maybe you might need to be in like a private browser. And Frederick, how are you doing over there?
It did the same, but then I went back, as you said, and I signed in with another account.
And that works okay?
I mean, right now I'm just waiting for the password.
There you go. Cool. Okay, so let's start with Mark. So Mark, after you're signed in, can you share your screen?
I'm still waiting on a sign in. Yeah, I can share it.
Okay. And Frederick, are you signed in now?
Yep, I am. Like the Contoso process industry.
That's it. So
I'm
Mark, we're waiting on you. So Mark, it's actually going to be test buyer at envisionblockchain.com. ENVISION blockchain. I think we can spell that .com. Perfect. And I sent you the password.
Okay. Tell me again.
Sure.
I'm not getting in screen sharing.
See, that's why we need Zoom experts over here.
Exactly.
We're going to go in and out of this screen share a couple times.
Right.
Awesome. So just to kind of showcase what we see right here. So Mark, I just want you to hover your mouse in the upper right-hand corner. You see where it says the USMF? All to the right, all the way to the right. USMF, you see right there.
Yep.
If you click on that, that'll just show you that that's the company that you're signed in with, right? So USMF is the buyer, and Frederick, if you can confirm, yours should say USPI.
Correct.
Good. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and just get started. What we're going to do is kind of pick up where BRI1 left off, right? So if we recall, BRI1 initialized the whole thing, right? So we're going to already assume that USMF is already set up and in sync together with USPI. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do as per Radish 34 is we're going to go ahead and create a new proposal. So on the left-hand side, there's kind of like this hamburger menu. So if you can make that hamburger menu a little bit bigger, right there. And you want to click on the modules and scroll down to where you see procurement and sourcing. Exactly. So again, this is like everyday business, right? If you're developing a baseline product and you want to make it look like it is, right, this is all out of the box. So let's go and click on all request for quotations. Okay. And we're going to click the new button right in the upper left. Perfect. Then we're just going to click the OK button, but you could start to see a couple things here, right? You can start to see that you can change currency, yada, yada. This has nothing to do with baseline. This is just a system of record. Okay, so let's go ahead and click OK. The baseline stuff is about to start happening. First things first is I want everyone to notice a couple things. You see that we have see where item number is? See, item number is kind of red.
Right here.
Right. Item number. See the next field. If you scroll down a little bit, you see item number is in red.
Yeah.
Let me ask the team over here. Where else would something like that, where it pops up red, or there's an asterisk or something, where would that be helpful? What component of baselining would that really benefit from? How about the zero knowledge proof part?
Yep.
All right. How about if somebody tries to change something, there is a red mark that comes up and says you can't change it, right? Or maybe if something is grayed out, like you see on the top, you see under process, on the very top of the ribbon, there's process and it's grayed out, or the word cancel or create or finalize in the very top. Those are all the things that you could do based on your business process on whether or not the workflow can execute or get to the next state or not. Again, that's where persistence is really coming into play. So if there's curiosity around persistence and how to lock certain things out, that's the working session that would be good for you. Okay, so let's continue. So under item number, let's go ahead and hit the drop down, and we configure this a certain way that the two companies are that they have the same SKU and the same product. So let's scroll down until we see like the phone battery. I think you just missed it. It was at the very top.
Oh, very top.
Very top. So one more line down.
Right here?
Yep. So let's say that you are procuring a phone battery, okay, and you can go to site and you can change the site. That's like the site of where the product is. So you can click on any one of that. It really doesn't matter. And you can pick which warehouse. It doesn't matter. You can pick anything, okay, and scroll to the right. Okay, and the only other thing that we're going to need to change over here, go to the right, is you can change your quantity. So let's say that you want to order, I don't know, however many pieces of that phone battery. And just remember your number here. So say you want 3 of them. You can even put in a price if you want. If you want to send out the bid and say, I want it at this price, right? You can put in the unit price, $90. Perfect. Now, the next thing that we have to do is assign a vendor. So let's go ahead and if you move your cursor to the right, there's a thing that says header. Click on that header. Over to the right, up a little bit, up, a little bit more higher, and right there, and click on header. Just where your cursor is, there you go. There you go, and scroll down a little bit until you see the vendor tab right there. And let's click on the vendor account, and we're looking for the company called Whale Wholesalers. So scroll down, and you should see Whale Wholesalers right there. Now, again, this would be a lot easier if there was the global phone book all put into it. You may still need to you may still need to go ahead and manually enter the vendors that you're sending it out to, right? The business process. But if you had the global phone book and you put up a generic RFP, you could have different suppliers like Whale Wholesalers go ahead and just easily discover you. And that's what we're aiming for. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go hit the save button.
Going further down.
It's in the upper left-hand corner. Okay, and then you see on the very top, there's like the ribbon bar under process. Just hit the send button. Okay, just click OK. Now let's wait a second because this dynamics takes a little bit of time. Okay, now you can go ahead and take a look at this notification bar. There's like a button that popped up. And let's just see what happens. So operation completed, RFQ has been sent. Where else would the notification bar be handy in the context of baselining?
Zero knowledge proof.
Exactly. So I'm just going to go ahead and make another note, and I'm just going to say notifications of, let's say, field tampering. All right. So you could think about it a couple different ways, right? We can either lock everything or we can make it unlockable and people can make mistakes, but you still need to be able to have some sort of notifications that sends somebody something when something has been tampered with. Okay, we're almost done with your part, Mark. I appreciate it. All that I want you to do now is click on that hamburger menu again on the left-hand side. And what I would like for you to do is, you see under modules, look for Radish 34. And just scroll down on the left-hand side. Scroll down until you see Radish 34. Perfect. Now, let's just stop here for a second. What the purpose of this is, there's no other way to show you how to put together the product cookbook than to actually show you a product that was cooked up. So everything here is out of the box in Dynamics 365 except for this Radish 34 custom module. That when you click on the service operations tab, okay, I want to be aware of a couple different things. So we included a couple buttons here. There's certain things that come out of the box and certain things that's not. The ability to send something out is native, but it's not native in the fact that it follows the flow and it doesn't have connections to all these core interfaces of what you're talking about. For purposes of the demonstration, we turned the running in the background off. But if you click on the run in the background, you could see that you can also set up that there's a periodic batch processing that can go as frequently as down to the 1 minute time. And with custom coding, you can go even further. But we're just going to push this button. So go ahead and push the OK button. And now, unfortunately, we have to wait a little bit. But what's happening here is this is the messaging. So the messaging is happening from this D365 environment and is shooting messages over to a provider service. Okay, so that's just the one thing that we wanted to showcase, that there needs to be a way, if you're going to develop a product, to be able to take those messages and then create those objects in the counterparty's environment. And that's done via proxy model, that's done via provider services, so on and so forth. So let's just hang out here for just 1 second until this looks like the request is done. It takes a little bit of time at this moment, but Frederick, are you ready?
Yep.
All right, cool. So it looks like you're done over here. Mark, if you can stop sharing, and Frederick, let's have you share. Awesome. So now you're playing the role of the supplier. So the permission roles, like the buyer we had to give them permissions. Again, I'm just letting you know from an administrator perspective, they had to get access to the custom Radish 34 module that was developed, but also they had procurement agent, payroll manager. They also had procurement manager. You have sales clerk, sales manager, sales representative, accounts payable, and also the Radish 34 module. Again, keep this in mind. You know what? I'm going to add another tab. I'm going to add another idea to the cookbook ideation. We also need to take into consideration system of record security roles. Okay. So now what we're going to do is, because I showed you before that we have this this periodic sync that happens, we have it off for demo purposes. So what I want you to do is go back into that hamburger menu that we were showing at the beginning, go into your modules, scroll down until you see the Radish 34 product, go into service operations. There you go. And now just click OK. And now we're going to hang out for a second until this goes through. So what's happening here is that the connector that we built in order to interact with the provider service. Remember, when we're implementing the baseline protocol, I'm just checking the time, looks like we have an hour here, which is plenty. When you implement the baseline protocol into your system, you have messages that are going out into the proxy, and then they need to be retrieved. So what you're essentially doing right now is you are retrieving the message that is coming in from the buyer. So you're the supplier. So you're essentially, starting your day, because you have this thing in a real world that would be just running constantly 24/7. You're gonna start your day, you got your cup of coffee, and then you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna check out which RFPs that you have coming in. Now everything should be good. And so far it's so good. I'm knocking on wood. I don't have much wood except for my head right here. So knocking on wood, everything works. If you can, do us a favor, go into the hamburger menu again, go into your Radish 34 module, which you're there. And now since you are receiving it, you're looking for, that's exactly right, incoming request for proposals. Okay, scroll all the way down. And if everything works well, if everything works right, if you click on the bottom one, it should show you the RFP that was created by Mark. It looks like it is, right? Because if we scroll over, I believe that the price was something like 90. Scroll to the right over there on the lines. There you go. And quantity was 3. Is that the same one?
Yeah, but the unit price isn't the same.
The unit price is not the same, but the quantity is the same, right?
Quantity is, yes.
So what happened is it defaulted, I guess this is something that we have to take a look into. It defaulted to the unit price that we are normally selling it at.
For our volume purchase agreement.
Or a volume
Right.
purchase agreement, exactly. So at least we know that we're dealing with the right thing. So that's good. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to basically see if you're okay with this. Do you want to go ahead and change the unit price? Do you not? Are you okay with it? This is really up to you.
I am.
You can either sell it for more or you can sell it for less. It's up to Mark to agree.
Yes.
So if you're okay with it, what we're going to do is just go ahead and under the generate button, click the send quotation. Really, the sales guy's job is already done. Over to the left, and you're going to hit the send. No, yep, send quotation. Okay, and then hit
And
OK.
just okay.
Yep. And now what we're going to do, now that that's all set, now go back into your service operations. Go back into the Radis 34 module. So you have to go into your hamburger menu, right? Go into service operations. And again, we're going to run it, or not going to run it in the background. We're just going to click OK. So you can see what's happening here, right? Is you need to be able to come up with some sort of a method that can be native to the system that you're using, whether it's APIs, in this case, it's business events, to be able to take messages and send it across to a provider stack. The provider stack will take care of the rest. We'll go if it's done the right way, you have your zero knowledge proof set up, you have your ZK circuits that are set up, you have your verifier key, which is hidden within the Shield contract. So the benefit is that when you go ahead and you send this to the buyer, if everything works the way that we're all spending all of our time and energy on, no other supplier is going to be able to see what you're proposing, your prices, your quantities, so on and so forth. No one's going to be able to game the system. And I think that's really big to consider. Okay, so if you can, Frederick, stop sharing your screen because you're done for this point and you just went ahead and sent over the proposal. Let's go ahead and have Mark, if you don't mind, to go ahead and share your screen. Perfect. Okay, so now, once again, you probably got the gist over here. Now we have to go and retrieve the message. Again, we're doing this like the scenic route, right? You can either do it quickly or we could just, take the scenic route, and that's what we're doing. So go into your service operations. And let's go ahead and hit OK. Let's give this a second. So now, just to kind of talk about what's happening in the meantime is the data model is really, really important within the proxy service, right? Within this connector service, so that these objects are being delivered and are populating in the right spot for the right, in this case, for the right, product, the SKU, the volume tiers, so on and so forth. So when we're talking about the data model within the standards, I mean, that's all part of it with the API, with the data model, how the provider service is taking it, so the way that we were doing it with SAP, with Unibright, we were doing it with Provide. It's all nicely integrated. It's all connected so that, it's like, I'm just showing you the long route. In the real world, when you're developing this out for your businesses, it's just working in the background. Anyway, let's go ahead and again, open that up. But this time, nope. But this time what we're going to do is we're going to actually check on our RFP. So if you can go back into your procurement and sourcing module, which again, just comes out of the box, right? And let's go into all requests for quotations. Now, if you're a manager, right, you are the one that can actually accept or deny the different purchases. So one of our good friends is actually a purchasing agent for a fairly large chemical company. They're an agent. All that they could do is send out RFPs, but they can't approve it. Workflows need to get then sent to the manager. The manager has to then approve it. It's just how it goes. So scroll down to the RFP that you created earlier, Mark. Okay. You can click on that. So now what we're doing is, now what we want to do is we want to manage the replies that came back from the vendor. So if you look at the very top in the ribbon, there's the replies, and go click on manage replies. Now, in this case, okay, there was only one vendor, Whale Wholesales, that we sent this out to, okay? There was a question earlier, does baseline lend itself to multi-party? The answer is absolutely, right? I mean, when you have the way that Radish 34 was first shown was that there was just one buyer, two suppliers, or three suppliers or something. In real life, you're gonna have, if you're easily discovered through this global phone book, and a supplier or 10 suppliers or 30 suppliers have that particular phone battery that you're looking for, I mean, you're going to have tons of replies. Anyway, let's just say that you're okay with whatever that it is, right? And you can go ahead now and where is it? We want to click approve. I believe that it is. You want to go under process and select accept.
Where am I finding process?
Let me see. Go under on the very top. Let's see if you can go under options. Let's see the very, very, very top. Is there something for that? No. General. Purchase order. Let me see from this system admin side. You might be missing the thing. Let me just sign in really quick. I knew there was going to be something. There's always something.
Could be under header.
Just 1 second here. I think I just have to give the right permissions. Just 1 sec. I'm signing in on the admin side from my side. Right, let me go take a look at test buyer. Looks like you do have the right thing. Let's just click the back button. And let's go back into the procurement module that we were just at. Let me see if it's there. And let's go to all requests for quotations.
Purchase order.
And yep, that's just where we were. Interesting. There should be a button for approve. Let's see, manage replies is where we definitely want to be. Up on the top, you see you have the ribbon on the top. Let's click on manage replies. Where's the accept button? Let me see. Maybe I can push that through from the system admin side. All right, I'm going into it from my side. So I see I'm in there. Manage replies. Interesting. Oh, my bad. Hit on the reply button. hit the reply button at the very top. There you go. And just click accept. Boom.
Is it okay?
Yep. And now go ahead and hit OK. Okay. And we're going to wait for this one to go through. You could see now you can click on the notification bar. And this is now these workflows that happen, right? So now you're essentially posting what's happening, and the purchase order has been created. So that's good. That's exactly what we want to see for tokenization, right? So how can we create these tokens? Well, it could be argued that in this particular step right now, you're minting the token. You're just not issuing it, right? So just kind of think through this stuff as you start to see this. And now, you know, and I'm gonna go back into the cookbook ideation, and I think I'm just gonna write down tokenization workflows. Okay. Cool. Okay, so now from that point, what I would like for you to do now, we're going to go ahead and issue the PO. So can you just click on the general button on the very top? Yep, and click on purchase order. Okay, so here's now the purchase order, and what you want to do now is just click on the purchase order ID. So that's essentially now in the terms of what we're talking about. This is potentially your tokenized purchase order. Okay, so very simply put, if you're the accounts payable manager, what you could do is you could just under actions, see in the top ribbon, you could just click confirm.
Under actions.
Over to the right. It's like right dab in the middle. There you go. You can hit confirm. You can let this go through. Now, here's an interesting thing to know. See, now you're done. You know how we went back and forth and we always click the service operations in order to send and pull all of our messages to and from our provider stack? Well, this is one that comes native out of the box. So for purchase orders, you actually don't need to click on the service operations for that particular thing. It just automatically goes right into the connector queue, and it goes right into the provider service, which in this case would be the provide stack. Okay, so just know that there's certain things that are native and there's certain things that need to be custom configured. Sending a PO just happens to be one of these things that is built out of the box. Okay, so Mark, really appreciate that. Your job is done. You sent out a PO and the whole thing. You deserve yourself a coffee. So thank you for that.
Cool.
If you can stop sharing, and Frederick, if you can go ahead and share your screen. And let's finish up this workflow. Very cool. So if you can, now let's go back in and let's run the service operations again. So open up that hamburger menu. Let's go to the Radish 34 module, which looks like you're already open to it. Let's go to the service operations. Perfect. And let's go hit OK. And, you know, it's just like when Frederick, when you sent the proposal to them, to Mark, to the buyer, what it did was it just updated the record, right? So that all they had to do was manage the replies from the RFP that was sent. In your case, you're actually going to see that you just updated your proposal. So let's wait for this to go through. And again, all these records are being created, and I'll show you a couple things from the system admin side too when we're done with this use case. But it looks like we're almost through. Awesome. So let's go back into our Radish 34 module. And if you've noticed, now go to outgoing proposals, because you sent it out. And let's scroll down. So if you notice that there's two different things that we were using. One was the custom module that we built, again, product cookbook. Another one was Mark was using everything out of the box. We're just showing you different ways that it all connects. All right, so go and click on the very bottom one that you sent out. So now you see, everything was approved. You were actually able to close the deal. I think it was $40 cheaper than the sales price. So congratulations, your boss is going to be really proud of you. If you can, click on the sales order. So what happened is now when that gets approved, the PO on your side turns into a sales order. So you can click on the sales order, and looks like everything seems to check out, right? You can go ahead and double check. But the beauty about this is that it's going to be wrapped up within the zero knowledge circuit. So there's nothing really for you to check, right? It's like, it's all there. So you can actually even automate the workflow to just confirm the sales order. And up on the very top, you scroll to the right, a little bit more, and you can confirm sales order right to the left, right there. And that's essentially it. So you can go hit OK. And then from that point on, you could post a document without printing it, select OK to continue, and that's that. So, from here on out, we can extend it, and we can now go into baselining, the actual pick, pack, and the shipping and the receiving between the two companies. But we're going to stop right here because that's essentially what Radish 34 was aiming to, show. It was showcasing these two companies, buyer and supplier, kind of working together. And what we wanted to show here is, and then if you can stop sharing your screen. Frederick, really, really appreciate it. And Mark, thank you so much for not making me look silly here, and nobody is, no one is participating. So, I mean, that was cool. Thank you.
Hey, one question. How could that be used to show the supply chain as well? So as the buyer, Mark, I wanted to, make sure that some of the supplier that I would use, maybe, in the US or something like that. Is that something that can be done here as well? With zero knowledge proof or something, so that I don't show everything as a supplier?
So I'm going to share my screen here just to get this set up. So say it one more time. How could Radish 34 be extended?
Yeah, Mark may have a requirement that every part is being made in the US. But his only connection is through me, right? And I may have some suppliers as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I'm also using, if I'm baselined with my also suppliers, can something flow back up to Mark, where he could see that yes, all my suppliers are producing things from the US?
Mm-hmm. So let's just say that in the cookbook ideation, what I just did was I just wrote down in line 22, track and trace is a feature that you're discussing. And the answer that I'm going to quickly ideate, the answer is most likely yes. And it comes down from the requirement. So, you can include the zero knowledge proofs into there so that, wherever the data points are coming from is that you can probably include some geolocale in there. Let me ask the rest of the group. What do you guys think? Let's see who we got here on this call.
So, I mean, would that be one of the requirements within the volume purchasing agreement along with the price?
Could be, right?
Sure.
Could be. Like, I mean, for instance, I mean, because right now, I mean, it's a location, but it could be also certain certifications. Like the supplier has to be ISO 9000, for instance.
Sure.
And all the suppliers, I mean, have to follow that as well.
You know, it seems to me that that's a requirement that might even begin at the global phone book.
Yes.
Right. So speaking to your specific case, it seems to me that if there's a requirement for suppliers to come from a specific location or that have ISO, certifications, maybe the answer revolves around getting that DID data schema set up so that that is some of the important attributes. I know with 100% certainty, for example, in the US, if you get contracted by, through a government contract, you have to have US citizens on it. And then the certifications happen afterwards, but you do have to prove it.
Well, and you could actually take that out to say, that we're contracted that we only use a certain shipper, like say DHL within Europe. Just because, FedEx or UPS may not serve all the geographies, but DHL, is definitely in there. So they can say, and we have a volume, a volume pricing agreement with DHL. And so in order to, honor the pricing, for the units, we want to contemplate that you're using that. And if you insist on using a different, common carrier, that's going to change the pricing a bit.
What's everyone else think? I think that's spot on, Mark, too. Any other thoughts? Super important question. I think that question is important, and the answer is critical to be able to show adoption, for sure.
And any other type of if else, argument.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So here looks like we have a couple extra minutes here. So here, let's just showcase a couple things. What else do we have here? So next coming on deck, just to give a little bit of an intro, we have Dom Steele. I see that Dom is in the room. Dom, you there?
Yeah, I'm on. How's it going, Daniel?
Awesome. Going well. So just to give Dom a little bit of intro, he's going to be going on a little bit. He's going to be talking about, what he did, his company did with regards to baseline Salesforce, and is going to, look, I mean, this whole cookbook idea, it's like we all need to take the ideas that is coming from the community and come up with products and productize it. And, find ways and find lanes and find ways to contribute that we can all work together and really advance where blockchain is going and really advance the industry. So I see Kyle in here. Hey, Kyle, what's going on? I don't know if you're on or you're just sitting here, but I know that you're, huge supporter to not just Envision, but the entire community at large. I think we mentioned a couple of times that the connector that we were just showing is integrated together with Provide. We showcased BRI1 as kind of like a initialization step of that. So Kyle, you there? I know that Kyle's jumping around between a whole bunch of other sessions. I see Avia here. Hey Avia, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just wanted to see if there's any thoughts that you had with regards to things that we're showing, any ideas that you think that we can write into, our backlog of ideation. How's everything going here for you?
It really looks like you guys are covering so much. I don't actually have anything to add. My only note would be that in addition to adding coordination and just kind of these ideas, I want to bring up the fact that this should be from a user experience standpoint, something we talk about, like how can we make this easier for people to use? How can we integrate this into workflows? And so as we have these ideas, I think we should also talk about, let's make it really appealing for people to use this while they go through these steps. So if there's any way to do that, or just, consider the user experience, I think that's going to be key to long-term success and mainstream adoption.
I think that's spot on. I think that's 100%. Really couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, as we were showing some of these modules, right, within the D365 environment, the reason why we're showing these modules is just to further reiterate the fact that, like, let's say that you work for a large company. I'm going to make one up. Let's say that you work for Coca-Cola. It's like my favorite company to make up, and they happen to be the first ones that say that they're using a baseline protocol with Kona. So that's awesome. But let's say that you have this large organization, let's say that you work for them, right? And you say, hey, I'm gonna develop something, whatever it is. Change management is so serious, right? So you're going to think it through, and they want to see, well, how could we make this a great user experience for our users, for our customers, so that there's little rigor involved. On the other end of it, if you're an ISV like Envision is, like some others that are sitting here as well that are looking for tips and pointers, integrating with things that are native so that it's easy for them to just download a plugin, install it, and go, right? Everyone just wants to go. That's what we're really aiming to do within this cookbook. So Avi, a great point that, one of the goals is really to make sure that we are keeping a good UX in mind. And with that in mind, I'll just continue sharing my screen right here. So let's see. With that in mind, let's kind of take a step back. Now you kind of see where we're coming from with this slide of business use case design, starts at the beginning, provider build, it's kind of happening there, it's like sequential, and then you need to be able to connect and deploy. So this whole connection and deploy aspect is where we're talking about having a great UX, because who cares what's happening on the back, right? And I'm not saying this to undermine the need of a provider service. I mean, without a provider service, baseline doesn't work, right? It's just it's nothing. But once you have these things in there, right, are you going to really go to your boss, your manager, your customer, your point of contact, your prospect, your lead, whatever the story is, and you're going to say, hey, I'm going to give you this, CLI based something, you're going to be confronted with some sort of a rigor. So that's where, when you want to connect and deploy, I mean, things have to look like out of the box. It's got to be easy for people to just jump in and go. And I know going back to, oh yeah, look at this. We got tons of sessions happening now. That's awesome. If you go back to the global phone book project, I mean, that's where a lot of this magic is happening, along with this core interfaces where, you have everything wired up. Things look and smell and feel just like they normally are. And even getting set up, right? You have a simple way that you can either get verified credentials or issue verified credentials. So, I mean, that's on that tip. Let's see. So we have around 30 minutes here. We've experienced that. Let me ask you from Mark's perspective, Frederick's perspective, if you're still here, some of the other ones that happen to, stay and watch this whole experience, Dynamics 365. What's your feedback on that? If we were to show this again, what's important to show? If you were to take something like this and do it for yourself, what did you like? What didn't you like? How can we iterate on this?
It's for something that I'm not quite sure yet is what is like really the baseline part. So I think it's just the Radish module section versus what is something that was developed on the Microsoft platform just for doing procurement. I'm not quite sure. Or like if I wanted to take that and become like a supplier, like in my organization, can I just access all of that? Or just the Radish module?
Good point. So to answer that question the way that you asked it, the parts that's relating to baseline would be over here. All right, so the part that relates to baseline is from an admin perspective. There's a couple ways to look at it. From an admin perspective, the first part that comes with baseline is this custom Radish 34 module, if you will, or as they call it in Microsoft D365, they call it a workspace. So in order for us to make it happen, what we had to do was we had to develop a Radish 34 module. First things first. And the name is whatever. You can call it whatever you want. But we had to develop out, again, part of the product cookbook, part of the ideation. In order to make the SAP to D365 demo work, there needed to be some way to connect back-end services to this D365 UI. So let's just stop there. The first things first is that there needs to be the provider services. In this case, it was provide. And then we needed to connect it to the D365 world. So for that, we needed to come up with this product, if you will, or this module, however you want to think about it. From a user perspective, all they need to do is go to the Microsoft App Store and download it. When they install Radish 34, all of the services pop up, right? It's all done. It's like we like to say around here, it's like the easy button. You click the button and then you go. From a development perspective, what we needed to also do from a baseline perspective too, is we needed to come up with a way that we were going to create these parameters in order to connect these services, the backend services, to this D365 world. So this is where the baseline stuff begins to come in, that we needed to come up with a way to come up with a connector that connects to a provider stack. In this case, it was, again, the provide shuttle services, okay? The next thing that we want to showcase is while the global phone book is not implemented yet, right? It's like right now, the only way to do it, like right now, literally, if somebody said we want to create this buyer supplier network, we would need to wire things up right now manually to a certain degree. Where baselining comes in from a conceptual perspective, and this is why we're here in this workshop, is because as you start to add new suppliers or add new vendors, or depending on what your counterparty is, right, you need to add them to the org registry, right? You have your work group. So that's where the global phone book comes in, because you see how manual this process is right now? This has nothing to do about baseline, but it has everything to do about baseline right now. Because if there was a way that we can create a way to query all the DIDs that are part of this global phone book, everything is easier, from discoverability to just like onboarding and offboarding. For example, one thing that we didn't show is how to create a new vendor. right? You're a buyer, you're creating your new vendors. You literally click this new button and you have to go through all these steps, and you have this paperwork here in front of me. Like literally, a family member of mine, that was his job. Worked for a large chemical company, onboarded individuals, had a stack of paper, literally just, data entry. Mistakes happen. And when you type in the wrong address, the PO gets sent to the wrong place, for example. And that's just one of the issues. So what we're urging everyone to think about is, like, while this screen isn't baseline yet, it's got everything to do with baseline, because we need to find a way that we can create this global phone book, make a data schema behind the DIDs, and actually sync that up with this DID, right, with that decentralized identifier from a verified credential, from a legitimate source, and have all that pre-populate, like it's done, and that's the key for that one. The other thing that we want to showcase is the core interfaces. So as we onboard the new vendor or the new customer or the new counterparty, depending on your use case, and we go ahead and need to connect them, you need the core interfaces part. If you don't have the core interfaces part, you're not going to be able to see baseline. And it's kind of tricky in a way, Frederick, because what we wanted to showcase is that there's no blockchain really in this, right? It's like, yeah, there's blockchain that's running in the background, and baselining is running in the background, but from a user experience, like Avia was talking about, you don't really want to show all that stuff, right? You want people to be where they normally are. So all of this stuff is in the background. We wanted to showcase how this is from a UX perspective.
And
Also,
add one to that as well. I think one of the things that we talk about a lot in baseline is how boring it is in some ways. It's not boring, it's exciting, but how boring it looks. And I think for a lot of people, that's very comforting, especially in an enterprise system. And so we love that kind of thing. And I think that's actually a unique aspect of baseline. So if people have ideas about how to implement a system, kind of like what you were talking about before with the phone book, where it's like a double dip. You're automating something to reduce error, and you're making this more usable. So we love that, and new ideas for how to do that would be incredible if anyone wants to suggest some or put some in the sheet.
Yeah, again, great call to action. I mean, Frederick, as you're coming up with your thoughts, don't let your thoughts go to waste. Put them in the sheet, put them in the notes, put them anywhere, put them in the PowerPoint presentation, and we'll gather it, and we will reconvene and come up with ways. But, just to further reiterate, now that we saw it and we can go back, this Envision connector that we had to develop in order to make the connection between the user interface and the provider stack. That was also something that, again, is just running in the background. It's not something that should be seen unless the company requires for it to be seen. So what you're seeing over here, right, you're seeing the queues and the messages that's coming through the Azure Service Bus. That's what our connector is built on. It's like if you're an admin to your Azure environment, you're going to see this. If you're a purchasing agent, the last thing you care about is seeing, these spikes and dips. I mean, people are going to think like they're trading something or something over here. It's the purchasing agent just doesn't care. They want to just send something out. They want to get their RFP filled and go on to the next one. And then they want to hammer you down on price. The salesperson only wants to close that deal. The admin may only care about this, but may not actually care about, all the other functionality. But again, all of this is just not possible unless the core was developed out. And that's, again, the product cookbook is like the big funnel of ideas of what could, again, I'm just kind of reiterating it. So again, zero knowledge proofs is this concept and is so techy, and you're dealing with fields and you're dealing with formulas and equations and mathematical equations and things. It's complicated, you know. And yeah, Socrates as a protocol has abstracted all that to make it easy for folks that don't understand zero knowledge proofs to start developing out with Socrates. But there's other, you know, and it's not to say that Socrates is the only protocol out there. And I think that the ZK interface group over there is talking about options and what's out there. But what I'm talking about here is that at the user experience level, like Avias said, we need to make it easy for everyone to just do, right? Or to not do. And what I mean by that is that there needs to be a way to lock down certain fields, certain tables, certain forms, even at the whole form level. And here's just like a snippet of code of what we did, obviously just to enable things. But what we can do is, depending on business processes, to lock certain things out. And I know that Dom's going to talk a lot about that too. So you'll hear it from me, and then you'll hear it from him, and we'll all be able to kind of put our ideas together so that we accelerate. And that's really what it's all about. So Frederick, you know, just to kind of recap, a lot of what you saw is baseline running underneath everything.
Okay, and the radish is like the procurement use case, right?
Exactly.
Meaning like when you talk about like the formulas and all that, is basically all the ZK proof formulas used for procurement. And so if we had another use case, then it would be in parallel of radish 34, right?
It would
All the
be something
formulas,
else.
everything like that.
Yeah, it would be like carrot 85. I don't know, I just made that up. But, you know, the radish 34 is specific. It's a specific use case that's specific to the procurement, you know, reference implementation that was first launched when Baseline Protocol was launched. And it was showcased on a, you know, like I could show you here. I'll go to the screen. Radish 34 was this buyer and supplier use case that showcased RFP, proposal, PO. There was an MSA step as well in between. And it was first showcased with the custom web app. And what we aim to do over here between Unibright and Provide and Envision, between us, is to showcase how you could take this custom web app and then put that to, you know, a real powerful ERP that has, you know, multi-million-dollar implementations tied behind them. It just furthers the proof that you could do it with the ERP, or you could do it with the web app, or like LimeChain showed, you could do that with Google Sheets, right? It's just anything that is a state machine that captures it. You can baseline that against something else. So what we're striving for in this session is to ideate around what other use cases would be beneficial for baselining, like procurement. And we're asking everyone to think through that and to put it in here. And let's ideate here together in the cookbook ideation. And if something catches our attention, we can do all sorts of diagramming and process flows and all these other things.
Yeah, and there are no bad ideas, by the way. Like, there are only good ideas and ideas that can have further discussions. So even if you have just like a general thought that you think people might be able to build on, please do include it. We really want to hear everyone's thoughts.
Exactly. Couldn't echo that any stronger. So, okay, looks like we have around 20 minutes here until Dom's presentation. Dom, do you want to go now? If you want some more time, or do you want to wait until your session? How do you want to handle that?
It's up to you. I mean, it's up to the group here. I mean, whatever everyone wants to spend the next 20 minutes on. I can start early, or if we want to just keep the general discussion going, or maybe do kind of like a segue conversation into the session. So yeah, completely up to you.
Yeah, I mean that's actually a really good point, right? So what does everybody want to talk about now, right? I actually thought that this whole, screen sharing and having people click through was going to take a lot longer than it actually did. I'm really glad that the demo worked. I'm really glad that Mark volunteered and Frederick as well. That was awesome. And there was really no snags or issues. It was pretty sweet. Let me take a look at the YouTube chat. What's going on? What's going on in YouTube? So we see here that there was a couple comments around what would be the selling point for orgs to push towards baselining their current system. What other ERP systems will be offered in the future by Baseline? I mean, let me just like Bars, I appreciate you asking that, but it's up to you. It's up to everyone in this room. What would be the next ERP system that is offered? Baseline is not a company, right? It's not a product, it's a methodology. So literally whatever it is, it's community driven. All right. So if I could just answer that by taking a look, let's go do a quick session on the ideation. So here, some of the systems. So D365, we just showed you. SAP, we talked about. Stefan's going to jump in soon. Salesforce, Dom is on deck and ready to go. Google Sheets we showed. Excel we didn't show, but you might as well just group that together with Sheets. It's basically the same functionality. Transbook, that's another one. Somebody said many, especially in a GDPR regulated country. Then we have multiple. What I would ask, instead of writing multiple, I don't know if anyone is here that actually wrote that in there, but instead of writing multiple, let's be specific. Pick one, pick two, write them out there so that all of us have a better idea. And maybe, as a community, we come together and, the community really decides what is the next ERP system. I'm just looking at the second screen here. So, I don't want to make it seem as if it's a specific product offering by a company. It just so happens that Envision, our company over here, it just so happened that we're showing the D365 one. It just so happened that Unibright was showing the SAP, that Dom and his company were showing Salesforce, that LimeChain was showing Google Sheets, that Provide was showing how they provide a provider service. Who else wants to come forward and showcase what they can contribute to this product cookbook? Whether it's a feature, a little Tatsky, a little something, right? That could really help. But I think that's like the questions of all questions, right? It's like, what other ERP system is going to be offered in the future by Baseline? Who wants what?
I think we can also talk to the fact that a lot of us are using the same Provide stack. And though today we haven't done like a Dynamics to Salesforce, it's actually, I think very doable in a short amount of time, given that we are using the Provide stack and working with Kyle. So I think there's something to that as well, that, once we have kind of everything linked up, we're starting with SAP, Dynamics, and Salesforce, but it could be really any number of them that you're leveraging Provide or another kind of infrastructure provider.
Who wants to see a D365 and Salesforce integration? I do.
I do too. Not on today's call, but eventually.
Not on today's call?
But we'll get it done.
Who else wants to see it? Is that something people want to see? I don't know.
I would say yes. I mean, I think everybody wants to put their CRM and their ERP together.
Yeah.
I see some thumbs up. I see some yeses.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to write that into the product cookbook here. So we heard it. We heard it from the crew here today.
Yep.
And one thing that you come to find out is you've got certain people that are saying, hey, we love our Salesforce. We love our Dynamics. We love our whatever, and we're not getting rid of it. And we're not asking that you have to get rid of it. You can basically sit there and sync it up. And this goes back to where I think what you were talking about, and I was the one that put in those 4 right there, beginning with enterprise risk management, where I put multiple. And this was something that we talked about in the first hour, where you're going to have people within an enterprise. And this goes back to, does it have to be multiple enterprises? Can it be within a single enterprise? And I would say absolutely, because you're going to have people within there that need that holistic view of everything going on within the enterprise at any given moment. Mainly, that's going to be your risk managers. It's going to be your chief risk officers. Basically, people that need to find out what is the health, what is the movement, how is everything, going on, and they benefit from knowing all of that in real time. And right now, one thing that hamstrings a lot of the risk managers or the people monitoring all that is the gatekeeping. Maybe they're going to have there's going to be one platform, maybe payroll or finance, that is going to batch update, at midnight every night. So they're going to have a lag time in having that real time data that they need. Or you're going to have logistics or your dispatchers that say, hey, can I go ahead and ship this? Has it already been paid? And they need to go ahead and have that real time data. And Baseline will allow for that. So that's the one thing about within a single enterprise where you can sidestep all that gatekeeping and all of that lag time and that friction.
And Mark, if I could just call you out for a second, something that you said, I've just been taking a couple notes. So multiple organization, the first one, batch, finance batch updating, logistics, dispatchers showing the real-time data. This one right here, the logistics dispatchers showing real-time data, sounds to me like a very similar discussion that was discussed along with the track and trace to show the locations of the suppliers. While it's not showing the locations, you want to really show inventory or assets on the move,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, right. And the way that I was actually working at it is within a single enterprise, because that was the original discussion that we had, is do you need, can this happen within a single enterprise? And I would say absolutely.
And you think it would? Okay.
And that was actually one of the first use cases that I, had started working on, and they wanted to look at, within Fabric and within a private blockchain within an enterprise. It was, basically having that unifying mechanism of all these siloed platforms that each different department was going to be using, and you had to basically start putting together that API management to where, that at least the risk manager or the controller could, on a dashboard in a risk management information system, could actually see all of that and have that real-time data. And, it's one of those where, doing it within a private blockchain, you could do it, but it did not outperform the current IT infrastructure, and it certainly couldn't do it cost effectively. So that's where Baseline really offers a distinct advantage, where you are actually having that demonstrated consistency between these siloed architectures. And it's
very interesting. Yeah.
And it's for the benefit of the people that, like your chief risk officers, like your risk managers, that need that real-time holistic view of the entire organization as far as what's going on. I liken their role to almost being like an air traffic controller. They need to know where is everything right now.
Yeah. And, just to speak to the single organization thing, it's kind of interesting. One of our earlier clients is an automobile manufacturer, and they have the way that they're set up is that they acquired many different offices across the world, and their systems were all different. Every office across the different globe had its own accounting department.
Mhm.
And the accounting department all had their own choice over what software they would use. So there was this crazy reconciliation issue that they had, and that was one of the things that they were looking at, was improving the reconciliation time to the point where they some of the KPIs was on time to reconcile.
And they were doing it in different currencies.
They were doing different currencies. They were doing in different systems. It was a nightmare, and it all got parsed out in the central database and then got split out.
Yeah, and keeping, I mean, imagine trying to manage the implementation of that, just on, trying to manage the APIs.
Yeah. We did a case study on, there was a case study. I didn't say that we did it. We did a webinar a couple months back, and we spoke about the acquisition that Revlon did. So Revlon, a makeup provider, went through and they acquired Elizabeth Arden. It was a really interesting use case, and this was how we were trying to showcase, the need for the system of record doesn't need to be the same one. You could still keep your system of record and keep these things in sync. What happened was, when Revlon had purchased Elizabeth Arden, they wanted to, I'll just say it like it was. So Revlon was using D365, I want to say, and Elizabeth Arden was using, it was Oracle, or maybe it was the other way around. I think it was Revlon was Oracle, the other one was D365. And what happened was that they merged through that acquisition. And in that merger, they decided not to keep the same ERP system, but actually move to another one. It was an SAP system that they decided to. It wasn't SAP's fault that it went down. It was the actual, to your point, Mark, it was the implementation of that. So there was this crazy crossover between changing their systems up. And when they crossed over, the systems went down for a period of time, and they literally lost out on millions and millions and millions of requests to fill their stores, the people that would buy from them, with orders. They lost, I think it was like $40 million between that crossover. And on top of that, they also got sued, and then they lost even more. It was kind of like a messed up story.
And it was a landscape, with all these platforms that were either incompatible or at least non-communicative with each other.
Exactly. So they lost money on fulfilling the orders through expedited shipping. People didn't want to, people found other suppliers to go and get from, or this and that. So anyway, long story short is that, would they have been better, instead of just changing their systems, keep the same system that they were fine, but just baselining the records? Maybe. But this is a point to speak at from a like an implementation perspective, that there's new technology out there like Baseline and the product cookbook that allows you to actually modernize the way that you're doing the systems. We can now start to think a little bit different, and I think that's kind of where we're at. And it might even be a good segue over here to kind of kick this off to Dom. So here we showed you what's going on with D365. I think, with 4 minutes to spare, I think, Dom, that would be a great time for me to pass the torch to you and take us through what you got.
Awesome. All right. Let me see here. It says you cannot start sharing. Perfect. Okay, there we go. All right. All right, so I want to be mindful. So we'll start at the time here in a few minutes, but can just give a brief background on the company and what we've been doing on the Baseline community for the last couple months here. So my name is Dominic Stahl. I'm one of the founders of DApps Inc. And we've been on the Salesforce platform for a number of years now as an ISV in their ecosystem. And one of the first things we built kind of in this ecosystem was a product called DApp Suite. This was in kind of late 2017, 2018, we started working on this. And the main idea was essentially to connect Salesforce as a platform to Ethereum as this kind of new emerging protocol. And I think prior to this, I had worked in the Salesforce ecosystem at an ISV, was focused on the middle office, a company called Aptus, and mostly focused on like contract lifecycle management, kind of middle office processes between companies. But I saw at the same time, kind of in these different customer engagements on Salesforce, there was always kind of a silo, whether it was even Salesforce org to Salesforce org, there was kind of this process silo that these companies had, whether it was sending a contract back and forth, and even if they were from the same company provider or the same application provider, there was still this kind of reconciliation process that had to happen. And meanwhile, blockchain and Ethereum and smart contracts was kind of on the rise. And I said, okay, maybe there is something here. I think one of the problems we identified early on, though, was that a lot of the data was public, right? So if you're posting an MSA or an NDA to Ethereum, right, all the input data is going to be public. So, fast forward, here we are 3 years later, baseline protocol gets created. It solves a lot of these privacy issues. And so we saw it as an opportunity to essentially extend everything we had already built on the Salesforce platform and leverage the new features of baseline to essentially kind of build out this plugin for the Salesforce ecosystem so they can communicate with the other plugins, like the one that Envision's worked on and Unibright team. And so that's kind of been our journey over the last couple months. You can pause there if there's any questions before I jump into the actual demo. Let me pull up my start my video here as well. And also kind of just keeping the same format that Dan's been doing. I'll fill in the cookbook ideation as well as we're walking through this. Happy to answer any questions at all. So as I'm going through the demo, feel free to stop me or kind of put something in the chat, and I'll take a look at that as we're going through this as well. Before I start, is there anyone specifically on the call that has worked in the Salesforce ecosystem or is currently using Salesforce today and has come to kind of explore some of the ways that we're doing this?
Not on this, but I lived the migration from Salesforce platform into Lightning. So
okay, got it. Yep. So we'll show Classic and Lightning today. I will show kind of a record being locked that's been baselined in Classic, and then we can show Lightning as well. Anyone else on the call, especially on the Salesforce side, or worked in the Salesforce system at all? I'll talk a lot about native functionality today. So we're going to be talking and seeing how we're using kind of the out-of-box Salesforce functionality to do this. All right. Okay, so the first thing I'll do, we'll kick it off. So the first thing we'll do is we'll talk about the managed package and how to essentially install this in your Salesforce environment. And DApp Suite is available on the Salesforce App Exchange. We just released the new version with the baseline functionality a couple days ago. And so this is now available on the App Exchange. The first thing you can do is you install the app, and we have what you call a connected app. This connected app essentially allows you to connect to our middleware. And that middleware connects you to Ethereum. So this is kind of our out-of-the-box functionality. You can go in, you can even take a look at the middleware if you want. It is available on GitHub as an open source repo that has some of the baseline, kind of RPC methods that we've been looking at, and also some of the implementation we've done with the Provide team. So If you want to take a look at the middleware, you can also host it yourself locally or on Heroku or whatever platform you want. We have a managed version ourselves that runs at dapsuite.network. And this is kind of our managed version that you get out of the box. So if you want to host the middleware yourself, you can do that. If not, you can also just leverage the managed version that we have. So the first thing I'll look at today, we'll talk about 3 different ways that we're talking or thinking about baselining different systems of record. And I think the version that we've done with Salesforce is leveraging kind of the clicks not code declarative model, which I think a lot of the Salesforce ecosystem, a lot of the application providers have kind of adopted that. So if you can make it declarative, leverage native Salesforce functionality, then try and do so. And so we'll look at 3 different methods today. One of them being Process Builder. So how can we baseline a record in Process Builder? How can we do this using global actions? So if we go back here, we'll see we have like a global action, which again, you don't have to code up a ton of things. You can pretty much just declaratively select which work group you want to create and also what contract you want to baseline. And then the last method will be a little bit more kind of deeper into the code and using Apex. Salesforce is kind of native, run-of-the-mill object-oriented programming language. And we'll show how we can actually do baselining using Apex. Is there any questions at the moment before I start on the demo? Or are we good to go? All right, looks like all good. I'm checking the chat. And that's good. Okay. So the first thing we'll do is we'll take a look at how we actually baseline a record natively. So this would be native functionality and actually using just a checkbox on the record itself. So if we go over here, this is the standard contract record. And what we can do is we can say we have a new contract. This is going to be a baseline contract. And we can see the status here, the contract start date, we'll just put 12 months. And then we can select baseline record. And when we save this, we'll see the contract gets created. And in the contract history, because we put the checkbox that this record is baselined, the record becomes locked. And this is important because, right, as soon as we call out to Ethereum and to the Shield contract, we want to make sure that nothing else changes in the system of record. And so we'll take a look at this in Classic as well. And we can see that the record will actually be locked and read-only. So if you see here, it will say the record, the one we just created, contract 114, this record has become locked. You can see the checkbox here is baseline record, and then none of these fields are available for edit. So we want to make sure this record is read-only. So the important thing here to know is that we can keep this in the record history, the record is locked, but how are we actually doing this in terms of setting this up from like a workflow and process builder standpoint? If we go into our process builder, we'll see here baseline contract MSA process. So we can go to the standard contract object. When the record's created or edited, if that baseline field, which was that checkbox that says baseline record is equal to true, then we want to do 2 immediate actions. And the first action is just baselining the record. And so this is an invocable method that we've created. And this invocable method is what's actually calling out to our middleware, which then brokers the message to the Shield contract. So this is interesting in that you don't actually have to go through and code this out every single time. The valuable or the variables that are part of this will be kind of structured. So if we do look at this, let's take a look at like how we could actually edit this. And we go to baseline record, you can add rows. And if you've seen the Radish demo before, we've actually just taken the same structured fields that are part of the Radish demo. So purchase unit, purchase quantity, purchase price. These are kind of all of your the fields. And then you can actually link these to fields that are part of the standard object. So you can look at the contract object and you can say, I want the contract ID to be pulled in. And so these are the different fields that you can actually pull into this call out. And so what this will happen, we'll basically say, okay, once this record, the checkbox is true, we want to make this call out to the middleware, and then the middleware is essentially brokering this as the JSON object. Any questions on the invocable method, at least on the call out to start? Questions? Looks good here on chat as well. Okay. The second action that we want to take is actually locking the record. So this is another piece of Apex called the locking. It's basically a piece of Apex that actually will lock the record. And so those are the two actions that we want to take. The first one is we want to make sure that we do the call out to the middleware so that it hits Ethereum. The second action we want to take is we want to lock the contract record. Now, the important thing to note here is if you're going to do this yourself, there is a setting that you have to enable, which is right here, this in process automation settings, kind of in your Salesforce setup. In order to lock records, but via Apex, so in the use case that we're using, you have to make sure this checkbox is checked. So if you're like a system administrator and you did want to use Apex to essentially lock the record after it's been baselined, this is the correct kind of way to do that, or the way you can do it programmatically. So that would be the kind of the first iteration that we've seen. The other way you could do this is via platform events. And so you can either do, in this instance, we're just saying if the standard contract or standard contract object is created or edited, we want to essentially baseline it and lock the record. That's the standard kind of way we've done this on a single object. The other way is there's a feature on Salesforce called platform events. And platform events, these can be configured and kind of either called via a webhook, called via, really, you can call it via API. And there's this platform event can actually instantiate the same sort of like process builder. And so we can say, conditions based on the platform event. And in this instance, we're actually going to be sending out the same structured protocol message that is part of the baseline reference implementation 1. And so you can see here, it has the opcode, the recipient, the shield, contract ID, identifier. So this is kind of your structured object instead of it being like the radish object, which we were looking at here, which is those fields that we saw earlier, like purchase quantity, purchase price. You can actually also use the structured Apex variables that are part of, or the structured variables that are part of the baseline reference implementation. And if we look at this here in the protocol message factory, you'll see these are the exact same, opcodes that we see here in that invocable method call out from Salesforce. So if this is kind of your structured object for how you send a message via NATS and via this baseline implementation, this is our way of calling out to that with that same structured data. So those are the two methods we've implemented so far in terms of kind of a declarative way to call out. And I would say this is probably long-term something that we'll put more time into, given that it's going to be using the reference implementation and the reference kind of structured object. I would also like to go into really quickly how we're doing this in Flow Builder as well. So Flow is another iteration, kind of same kind of process builder type of integration, but you can do the same exact thing. So you can go through, create an action. We look for baseline. You can do that same thing, post protocol message to baseline, select the different variables that you would like. And then in a kind of more declarative way, these all come as part of the managed package. You can then select to include these or not in your flow diagram. So let's just call this baseline flow. And then this is another way that you can actually kind of go through that same process if you don't want to use Process Builder. I like Process Builder better. I think it's a little bit easier to set up than Flow, but either of these work and can leverage the callouts that we've put in the managed package. I'll pause there for a second. Are there any questions on Process Builder, Flow, the invocable methods, anything that we've covered so far? Okay, excellent. I'm going to go a little bit more now on the coding side as opposed to the declarative side. So one of the things that we've added in the functionality is the ability to actually write different contracts or Socrates in Salesforce. So this is not necessarily on the process side, but this is actually more like on just the core platform we've built out. So one of the features we've built in to start is you can go in and kind of just create and compile Solidity in the platform. So if you go to like network token and you upload a contract, let's see here, if we go into our library, I'll just pull it into one that we have here. The important thing here is that all the contracts, we're aiming to build up our own circuit library over time. So this would basically be the ability that you can, the same way we've built out a smart contract library for Solidity, you can go and you can actually start writing your own Socrates circuits, or if you have someone that is going to be writing those, you could write those and save them here in Salesforce. So the compiler right now is looking at, I'll show kind of briefly how this works. So it compiles a contract directly in here. And we're going to be extending this to essentially call out to the Socrates JS library that will also be part of our middleware. And so as we compile this basically will, it takes a few seconds here. It'll basically spit out the ABI code, the ABI and the bytecode specifically for this contract. I'll give it a second here. Make sure this core is on too. I have to recompile it. Okay. So essentially, this is the output of it would be your bytecode for that particular contract, and then the ABI. And this becomes important as we want to essentially store this information. We can then leverage it later in the smart contract interface. And this interface allows us to essentially deploy contracts that have been saved on the platform. So if you did want to actually deploy the workgroup contracts or anything from this is possible. We're not actually doing that. We're leveraging the provide stack to kind of launch all the required underlying infrastructure in order to baseline your instance. But just to kind of give some background, this is also something that we're aiming to do, is essentially build out the circuits in the circuit registry using this compiler, where you'd be able to compute the witness, save the verifier contract, and then actually save those into a library here on Salesforce. So this is kind of more roadmap that we're getting to. But it is something that I wanted to bring up today on the call as well. Okay, so I think this is a good segue into kind of looking more at the code of what we've been doing. So at first, I wanted to keep it more on the declarative side. And this is kind of the flows that we've set up in Process Builder, locking the different records. And then the last thing, or the kind of looking at the flip side of this, is what about, like, how are we actually making these call outs? So if we look at the baseline record and we go in and we set different variables, these have to come from somewhere, right? So where is that actually being set? So if we go into the middleware, we can see here there's a baseline protocol message call out. So this invocable method is actually taking like the structured object that we talked about, and it takes it in a wrapper and essentially is making a call out to the middleware. And then it says, here's the route, which is dispatch protocol message. And so we're looking at this as, how can we take in these different variables from Salesforce and then make a post call out or HTTP call out from Salesforce in a declarative way from Process Builder using this method. So this, again, this is part of the managed package. This allows you to essentially make those call outs to the baseline protocol from Salesforce. And like we said before, here's on the actual baseline reference implementation, the same kind of structured data that we're seeing, and different protocol messages as well. So one thing, kind of going back to how this got started. So we, filed this integration on the Zen Hub. This is back in June, and so over the last couple of months, this is essentially our first integration or implementation on Salesforce. Like I said, this is implemented on the Salesforce App Exchange as well. And the idea really that we want to get across is that we can leverage out of the box today a lot of the Salesforce functionality, like Process Builder, like Flow, to essentially synchronize your system of record in standard objects without having to set up a separate network. You can leverage Ethereum as it's kind of always on, it's neutral. You don't necessarily have to set up the underlying infrastructure. You can just kind of keep your existing system of record, leverage standard functionality within that system of record, like Process Builder, like Flow, like approvals to lock records. And in doing so, you can actually synchronize these different systems in a fairly effective way and a cost without spending months and months in ETLs, spending months trying to connect the dots between one system and another. So we see it as massive advancement in using kind of public blockchains to synchronize these different systems of record, which we've heard from customers for a while is a major pain point for them. Okay, so is there any questions I can cover? I know I've been talking for a few minutes here. Daniel, Kyle, do you guys want to add anything in terms of kind of, or anything you want to cover as well? So you guys are on. William, you have anything to add? I know you were saying earlier you were using Salesforce in the past as well.
If you mean me, I think it must have been someone else. I
okay.
don't have Salesforce experience.
Oh, okay. I think it was, I thought it was William. Maybe it was someone else. Apologies there.
No problem.
Okay, excellent. So what I'd like to do now, I can pull up a few slides on what we covered. And then lastly, we'll go into kind of what's on our roadmap in terms of baselining and on Salesforce. So let me pull up 3 things here. Okay, so again, this is what we covered. You can baseline Salesforce today using Process Builder in a clicks not code configuration. This can work on standard or custom objects. And in our use case, we have conditional logic, which is basically based on just that checkbox. So it can be any kind of field that you want. And then the lock method is also using baseline, but you do need to enable that kind of in the system admin settings if you want to be able to lock records using Apex. So this is on the Process Builder, I would say one of the easier ways to start baselining. The second thing we looked at is the global action. And so this baseline a new record, this actually deploys the workgroup contract. We didn't show this on today's demo, but this deployment, we showed this on the office hours. This essentially calls out to a method that deploys the shuttle contracts. So you can instantiate who's the name, what's the workgroup name, and then eventually you can send out these contracts directly to the org registry contracts to the network from Salesforce. And that's leveraging the provide stack. And then lastly, we looked at the Solidity compiler and the Socrates compiler. And again, we want to get to the Socrates circuit library in the future, but for now, it's pretty much it's compiling Solidity. But we could see in the future as zero knowledge proof become more and more mainstream, especially given it's a core component of the baseline protocol that systems admins, users, Salesforce developers eventually could be writing these, maybe in saving those directly on Salesforce. It might be a little early for that, but in the future, that could be something that these system developers or Salesforce developers could be doing using dApp Suite. All right. So one of the other things that we want to talk about, this is on custom settings, and I mentioned this on the office hours a few weeks ago as well. which is how are we managing a lot of the secrets for this baseline protocol? Like, how are we making sure that these callouts are proper? So this is something else that I think from a like product cookbooks perspective is super important. And so there's a feature that Salesforce has, and I'm sure there's other kind of ways that SAP or Dynamics or other company or other platforms do this, is manage kind of protected protected API settings, protected, really anything that you need to be secret, but also you can update as an application provider, as an ISV. So if you wanted to store, for example, like your Infura settings, your baseline settings. One thing that we use is called protected custom metadata types. And this is a very standard, kind of best practice for sales protecting data within the Salesforce platform. So one thing that we can see here that we've been implementing is kind of baseline settings. And this could be for setting if you did want to have your work group and org and vault actually configured inside of your Salesforce org. You can use custom metadata types to essentially set those variables. In the same manner, we also are leveraging this to manage our Infura settings. So you can see here that if you want to set up how you're calling out to mainnet or Ropsten or your actual URL, this is basically how we're configuring our custom metadata types to essentially set up, here's where our Infura endpoints are, right? So, and even if you have API keys to call Infura, they could also be set up here in custom metadata types. So when we're setting up baseline, this is a kind of an important part of something that we had to do. It's not the UX side, but it's definitely something from a cookbooks perspective is how are you going to be able to store secrets, kind of natively on the platform. Custom metadata types is a really good way on the Salesforce side. And then you can query these, in Apex to essentially pass these secrets along with HTTP callouts or anything along those lines. You also use, I think it's custom properties or custom settings. I think custom metadata types is like the preferred way, but custom settings also works. And this is for other, if you have other settings as well, for key settings, node settings, I would say the preferred way or the kind of the way that the Salesforce, I would say, recommends is using custom metadata types to do all secret management, whether you're using it for blockchain or not. So this is something else that we want to make sure that our users know. So this is how we're protecting everything from a security standpoint. From a record locking standpoint, I think we covered that earlier, the different ways. I'll go into a little bit more like roadmap now and what we're thinking in terms of how we can bring baselining to Salesforce. So one of the things that we also did here, so we filed this back in, I think it was, like I said, it was in June. And the initial thing that we focused on was basically how are we going to extend Salesforce to use baseline. And over the last couple of months, we basically, this was the result of it was, I just kind of posted this pretty recently, but it's now available on App Exchange. One of the other things we're looking at doing is how do we kind of do this intercompany kind of transactions and in a way use different messaging protocols to do so. And so I'll show here just another kind of example of what we're seeing in terms of this is different companies, but also leveraging, all within one Salesforce system of record, but on different instances. So I think to earlier questions, like, could this be used for other things? Absolutely. Or between different companies, but even a single company, they have multiple orgs. It also could be done. So if we did just a quick like PO, just say the purchase order date, delivery date, is that for 2020? Should be in request. So we go to White Hot, and we can call it a financer, and we can send a PO out. And so the PO gets sent out. We'll see in the first one here at the bottom, it'll show a new PO and request. And so what we're looking at doing is we can leverage this. So see, here's the new order. If we go into the other orgs, we'll see that this is complete currently. Is can we actually call out to baseline in between these different flows? And so this actually isn't using NATs. This is actually using the Corda flows. And so what we're looking at doing is, could we essentially take the same sort of process and save the record of these state changes directly using the mainnet? And so as we're going through here and we're synchronizing these different Salesforce orgs, could we actually go through and each state change call out to the Ethereum network? So what I'll show here, this is another one of the things that we're working on doing, which is essentially going here to our next thing, which would basically be, kind of a Corda baseline integration, is essentially sending the output of the flow transaction between different orgs to the baseline, to the Ethereum mainnet, and basically just keep track of each state change directly from the flow framework as well. So this is something else we're working on. It kind of in that same on Salesforce, how we could effectively use the flow framework, but also make sure that each one of those iterations is completely locked, is complete, and is posted to the baseline. So this is, again, kind of roadmap of what we're going to get to eventually, but also on the Salesforce platform, we're looking at how we can synchronize and make sure that all state changes are, directly integrated with each other between different counterparties. Is there any questions so far on the last couple components of the demo?
This is really cool, Dom.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Mark, were you the one who mentioned that you were using Salesforce before, or is this after?
Yeah, no, I mean, it was one of those where, I was, product director, basically, kind of the, at that intersection between the business and technical domains. And we did a lot within Salesforce just so I could gain a lot of my intel as far as what we were working on. And this was, I was involved basically when we were doing the migration from platform to Lightning.
Got it. Yep.
Yeah, it's basically been my experience that no one gets rid of Salesforce, really.
Right.
They basically, they come in there so used to using it and stuff. Some people may have some complaints about it as far as, user experience or whatever, but they get over that pretty quickly. It's not enough that, they're where they say, we're getting rid of Salesforce and we're gonna go to Pega or anything like that.
Right.
So actually having this as one of the systems of record, it's going to be probably one that you're going to encounter very often.
Yeah, there's a massive market. I think Salesforce is up to 150 or 200,000 customers globally, and then millions of developers. So I think when we originally created like the DAppSuite package, the idea was basically that we could bring a lot of the Ethereum development to those Salesforce developers and administrators. And I think this is kind of an extension of that same thing. Is just how do we leverage baseline protocol, bring baseline protocol to the Salesforce ecosystem, but in a way where it's leveraging the native functionality. It's not going to be super, super complex, zero knowledge proofs. It should just be the same kind of declarative clicks not code, platform that a lot of Salesforce admins are used to. So I think that's what we really want to go for.
And I know Salesforce, was working on their own internal blockchain. They had their own internal blockchain implementation that they had built on Sawtooth, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't really paid much attention, probably within the past, I want to say 8 months. probably, but I think they're probably come to the realization that the private network is not the way to go. Baseline basically takes them to where they want to be a lot quicker and a lot more and a lot more efficiently.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I agree. I think baseline has solved one of the major thing it solves is kind of the neutral, having kind of a neutral component of it. And to the question of like, I think Daniel was saying earlier, like, do I have to join this network? Do I have to join this blockchain network, or how are this going to work? I think that baseline, kind of from a general adoption standpoint, if you can, take for the first premise that the data and processes will be private. The second really important thing is that it's neutral versus some of the setup required. Where are things hosted for if you're going to run like a private chain? Where are things hosted? Who actually has the like system admin capabilities over it? Is it one single massive company that has a number of other subsidiaries that are trying to join the network? I think baseline handles that very well, given that Ethereum is, for the most part, really is neutral.
Yeah, the way I put it, it doesn't move around the furniture.
Right.
It basically just keeps everything where it was before, and that sidesteps so many cultural things that you have to navigate. Not only on the business side but also the technical side.
Yep.
Basically saying, hey, we are actually showing where everything can prove where they are synced up. So cycle times go from weeks or months, to seconds or minutes.
Yep.
It moves the needle so far so quickly.
Yep.
It's common, because I really got into blockchain where on the foundation layer, to where everyone was going about it at the approach where we are going to completely rework the entire IT infrastructure for a private blockchain network. And I was probably 8 or 9 months into it, and I started to realize some headwinds that are going to come into that, and a lot of those you're not going to ever get around.
Yep.
So trying to use blockchain as the entire backend database is just, it's, first of all, it's nuts, and it's way too expensive. And it's one of those, as with any emerging technology, it's got to demonstrate that it can outperform the current technology and do so cost effectively. And so I liken blockchain to, if you want to use it as a database, it's almost like trying to use a fire hose to water your flower garden. It works, and it's really robust, but it's completely inappropriate for what it is you're going to try and use it for.
Yeah, I think.
So kind of on that topic, what are you going to use it for? So let's kind of have a little bit of ideation session. Are you I might have interrupted your flow, Dom, though.
No, absolutely open to let's wherever we want to take it. I show the the initial part of the demo, and then however you want to handle it, we'll make it more collaborative for sure.
Look, man, that's such a cool presentation, and Salesforce is just such a force to be reckoned with regarding systems that are being used. Let me put my video back on here. It's such a powerful system of record that small companies use, large companies use. I remember back when I used to work at Wyndham, I was part of the rollout of Salesforce to our team, which kind of brings up the question, right? So would we use Salesforce back when I was working at Wyndham Worldwide? They had so they had actually hired me specifically because they had acquired 14 satellite offices across the country. There was no management of these new offices that were acquired essentially. So they needed some sales management and support and things like that. So they had no way to keep their records, up to date, easily accessible from everyone in the organization up and down. So that's what they were using Salesforce for, and it was also used within the context of vacation rental property management, right? So almost like Airbnb and VRBO were our competitors at the time. That's what we were doing. So I worked for Wyndham Vacation Rentals North America. That was the business unit from Wyndham Worldwide.
Yep.
What interesting use cases have you seen Salesforce be applied for?
Yeah, I think middle office processes like POs, contracts, proposal, sending RFPs out to multiple suppliers and then getting back at least from the baseline perspective, proof that these multiple RFPs were in fact the same RFP sent out to each supplier. I think that was a use case John and I spoke about originally. We were talking about this. I'm bullish on the middle office component of it. And there is a massive ecosystem on Salesforce already of middle office
Could you
provider.
explain that actually? The middle office. Can you go through that?
Yeah. So if you have your front office, right, is like your accounts, contacts, leads, pretty much everything up to an opportunity. And you have your back office would be right, like AR, AP, maybe invoice payments, all that. Middle office is all of the actual revenue driving processes that today are fairly standardized within one company at larger companies, right? Like creating quotes, making sure that you have pricing rules done, contracts or contract-based pricing. You have multiple suppliers, actually generating an order or an invoice. So those like 4 or 5 middle office processes can kind of be broken down on Salesforce in terms of, they have CPQ companies, they have which do configuration, they have contract management companies, and then even more so focus on like order management. I think that baseline could be applied to those middle office processes, specifically on Salesforce. And I think prior to baseline, there was, the idea that, okay, yeah, smart contracts are going to completely upend all of these, but at the same time, there were privacy concerns. And I think post baseline, those privacy concerns are alleviated, and kind of the middle office is a really, I think a key part where baseline could be applied, at least within the Salesforce ecosystem.
Interesting. So with regards to the middle office, and I know that you quickly fired off a couple of them. I'm just kind of thinking through, and now I'm going into our tab over there, into the cookbook ideation tab, and I wrote down middle office, but now I'm starting to think that middle office is a little too generic of a use case, right? So can you help us with being a little bit more defined as to which use case within a middle office process?
Mm-hmm. I would say like just standard, if we just looked at the standard contract object in Salesforce or the standard order object, if we just kept it to those standard, if we're able to synchronize a standard contract object between one org to another Salesforce org, or one org to an SAP, or one org to a Dynamics, and ensure that these two records are completely synchronized, ensure that these two order records are completely synchronized, whether that's an RFP, whether that's an MSA that has specific pricing tied to it. I think all of those could be baselined. Those processes could be verified, whether it's certain pricing that a supplier was supposed to get. I think drilling down kind of into what we've showed is just how do we do the standard object. So I think from that there's a lot more details, but like our use case today was just on the standard contract object, but this can be applied anywhere really on Salesforce, any standard or custom object.
Yeah, and like the business apps that we're showcasing, and how we turn them into baselined apps, right? It's like Dynamics started very similarly, where Dynamics' big thing was the CRM, and that's kind of what Salesforce was at the beginning. They were a very popular, very configurable CRM, which gave way for more, right? I mean, people want to use their applications that already has these entities, if you will, like contacts and accounts and leads and things like that. And now we have a need to be able to kind of expand and explore different business processes. And in the context of baselining, we had this conversation a little bit earlier where we went through a really quick identification process of where your counterparties are. And,
Right.
business apps like Salesforce, just like Dynamics, gives you that highly configurable environment to meet these use cases.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know?
I think the combination of retaining the system of record, leveraging native functionality, and then calling out to like a neutral, kind of neutral like bulletin board, right? John, I think John puts it, that combination seems to be, that what will take, kind of get the most adoption in the near term, because it does address a lot of the issues that companies face today when they're exploring blockchain. To the point around contracts as well, I think I can pull up something too. This is something that we've been working on, and we still need to kind of finalize this in the next version. But even doing integrations, like we're thinking down the road, we could do things with like open law, and use kind of the open law framework in markup language, that their specific DSL, and then somehow tie that together with baseline. This is kind of our next release will have this, but we could do something like that where you're using open law for like the DSL language to include Solidity, and then you're using baseline plus this to kind of create a little bit more auto executing environment around middle office, and in a secure and privacy preserving way, which a lot of these companies need to have.
Yes, I mean, with that in mind, as part of our ideation goal out of this cookbook breakout one session, what I just did based on what you just said, I mean, line number 29 over here, contract services. I think that contract services is something that really lends itself. I mean, I'm using contract services. It's probably the wrong verbiage, but something to do with contracts, right? It really lends itself to two parties. You have one, and then you have another, and you need to make sure that that this contract doesn't change.
Even I would say the contract and the contract lifecycle is another, massive market within Salesforce, right? So even contract lifecycle management could benefit from, having a zero knowledge proof, verify every state change, which today I think, a lot of it's done, using kind of standard, you can use standard Apex, or you can use different like workflow or process builder type, rule engines on Salesforce. But I think the zero knowledge proof aspect to it really does add the privacy and security guarantees that these companies need when they're posting out to something like Ethereum. So I think that the combination of the two, leveraging native functionality on Salesforce plus using these new advancements in cryptography, could be pretty powerful for a lot of companies.
And just like another thought just kind of came into my mind, just kind of making conversation here. Just FYI for everyone that's in this room, Stefan Schmidt is from Unibright, is going to be joining in about 15 or so minutes. He's going to be, just like I went through what's going on in D365, Dom went through what's going on with Salesforce. Stefan is going to go through what's going on with SAP. So I think that's going to be cool to see. But, just kind of taking a step back and looking holistically what we've been doing within this cookbook, it makes things easier from an ISV perspective to selling it to an enterprise company. And the reason I say that is because just like we've been saying this, Dom, I heard you say this many times in your presentation, and I say this until I'm just blue in the face. It's like, we don't want to replace the system, right? A company is using Salesforce. They love Salesforce. Large companies have to go through so many security checks, from penetration testing and disaster recovery plans and so on and so forth, where compliance is already verified. It's already like it's done with Salesforce if a company is already using Salesforce. And same thing with Dynamics, and same thing with SAP, same thing with anything that's like Azure based or AWS based or Google Cloud. It's like, why are we going and reinventing the wheel? Now we have to go and prove the security of these things, where if we could just keep all of the data in wherever it's already approved, right? Doesn't that make things so much easier for all of us?
And I think this, to second that, is the native functionality does allow for a lot of things that you would have to build custom outside of kind of a core system of record. I think one of the things like John mentioned after the last baseline call is like just locking records could be somewhat complex down the field level but Salesforce makes it fairly easy. One of the ways we did it today was just using like a separate record type in a page layout to make everything read only. So I mean, this is completely declarative. You can go in, make all of these records read only, right? And then basically, just set up a quick workflow rule so that if baseline is equal to true, not only do we want to lock the record, but we also want to assign this new baseline layout, which is basically going to say baseline record equals true. We're going to change the record type to baselined. And from there, I mean, this is all standard, out of the box functionality that you can now lock a record and wait for it to be, wait for the next work step in the baseline flow. So it's using the standard functionality of a platform like Salesforce. You can do a lot of this, but at the same time, not, zero knowledge proofs aren't native to Salesforce. So you still need to kind of do that call out. And that's where, what we build is it comes in, but you can have best of both worlds for a lot of these processes.
And, from just kind of taking a step back and just thinking through some of the conversations that we've had from the onset of baseline to kind of now, and some of the talks that we've had with partners and customers alike, we still have an issue, and that aligns with standards. And part of the standards is, it's like, I'm kind of retracting a little bit of what I just said, kind of like it makes it easy for us that you're still using your Salesforce system, you're using what's native, or you're still using your dynamic system or your SAP. Or after this session, I would have hoped that somebody wants to step up and say, I'm going to do an Oracle system, or I'm going to do this system or that. We're still not 100% there as it pertains to, let's just call it like government compliance. And that's something that's kind of a little bit out of our hands in a way, but it's not. And what I mean by that is, just kind of telling a story where we were talking with a fairly large government contracting organization, I want to say about a month or so ago. And they really like the concept, right? And they're obviously looking at ways to leverage blockchain, like most companies that are building things, whether technology or whatever. They're looking for advancements and modernization initiatives. One of the things that is coming up that's an issue is around like NIST compliance. And part of the issue why blockchain as a whole, or let's just say Ethereum, right? Why Ethereum is in this compliant, it's because of this elliptic curve. Now, granted, there's some work being done literally right now within the core interfaces with the ZK circuit improvements session, but that's not necessarily the point of that, right? The point is that, there still needs to be considerations around what components we can put into this baseline stack as part of our cookbook to make it compliant. So for example, if there's some elliptic curves that doesn't work with Ethereum, for example, I believe it's the KeyCac one, right? The KeyCac curve isn't compliant together. Like it's just not on the NIST list, right? If it was on a NIST list, we'd be fine. And when you think about it, it's like if if it hits that compliant level, then like everything else would be fine. But we're missing out on that. But there's things that we could do because of the modular nature of the baseline protocol and the ability to have these different microservices, like what Provide was showing, right? It's like you can mix and match different components of what you need. So I think with that in mind, I've kind of talked myself into writing something else in the ideation. And I think line 31, we should probably put, NIST compliant. Was it NIST compliant encryption methods? And I mean that's like just kind of talking about that for a second and taking a little bit of a side glance at it. On one way, it is compliant because what we're doing is we're not doing anything on chain. When you think about it, right? It's like all of the processing happens off chain. All the encryption with the zero knowledge proof, that's all off chain. The only thing that's on chain is the verifier key, the VK key, right? So I feel with regards to the NIST compliant, we're like almost there, but we're not quite there. But we have the ability to get there. And I think that's a really, really important thing to note, right? It's like we use these systems, but we still need to have a modular methodology that allows for this.
Yeah, I think it's a good segue into some of the kind of modular, like with Provide too. I know we talked about at the beginning of the call, but we're happy that we're partnering with Provide on all the infrastructure for this because we can focus on the Salesforce side, and at the hub, kind of if it's like a hub and spoke model, like envisions like that spoke with Dynamics, we've built the first spoke with Salesforce, and so I think Provide has done a really great job, and it's been good working with Kyle on how we can accelerate all this development, and we don't have to do everything from scratch. Every time we're focused on the Salesforce side, we can partner with Provide to accelerate general adoption and join customers for using this technology. So I think around standards, it really helps. And just around like making sure that if we're using the same underlying stack, then even the Dynamics, the Salesforce demo that we talked about should be doable, fairly soon. So I think it's another really important part about kind of the standards and how we're using Provide together as well.
I hear the crowd chanting, "We want D365 and Salesforce integrated." I hear them.
Yeah, I'd say we probably get done by, like in this quarter, maybe earlier.
Oh, you heard it here first, folks. You heard it here first.
As a follow-up, because I know, Stefan, you guys did the first. That was actually the first kind of reason why I reached out to John and the team, was kind of seeing after what you guys had done. So it's been interesting to see kind of and learn more, go down the baseline rabbit hole and see now that like there's other systems of record that will be joining, I think, in the next couple quarters. So it'll be interesting to see where we are a year from now in terms of what people are doing.
What a great question. So we have Stefan, who's going to be joining. I know that he sent me a message. He was just in another session right now, and then he's going to be making his way over. But what a good question, Dom. If I can ask the crew right here, where would you like to see baseline be 1 year from now? 1 year. What a thought-provoking topic.
I'll jump in.
Do it. Do it. I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to document this because it's kind of like affirmations.
Imagine a world where a company can pick the systems that they want to run, whether it's SAP, Oracle, Dynamics, Salesforce, EY, network procurement, and they can fire it up and begin engaging and working with other companies running different applications, yet essentially have them, I hesitate to say pre-integrated out of the box, but have them ready to work together out of the box in a very kind of low cost, pay as you go kind of fashion. So if I'm, like I said, if I'm using EY's wonderful ops chain network procurement product, and I need to do an RFP or procurement process with somebody else that's running, you know, SAP or even QuickBooks, for crying out loud, it would be great if, you know, I could just go to the phone book, find them, you know, make the handshake, agree what information we're going to be sharing, and then it just works.
Right.
That, you know, it would create network effects kind of more broadly, less around an individual application and more around kind of a business process and the interaction of that. Anyway, that's just my holy grail. Get on it, Dan.
Not about me, it's about us. Who else wants to take a stab at this? I want to go through this exercise because where we are now is where we are now, but if we don't know where we want to go, how can we get there? You know, so who else wants to take a shot at it? Where would you like to see baseline be 1 year from now?
I can do that. I mean, I basically would sit there and say, right now that baseline, you know, we are going for the low hanging fruit, which is, you know, a lot of network procurement, supply chain. But there are other industries that really could benefit greatly from baseline protocol, primarily within healthcare. I mean, within claims adjudication between payers, providers, and patients. Right now, 20 cents of every healthcare dollar is pretty much gone from fraud, waste, or abuse. And most of that, you know, comes from the lag time and the friction, trying to get siloed databases, you know, working together. Because right now, given the spider web of HIPAA and PII privacy laws, they pretty much are not able to really move the needle much because they have to, you know, anytime you have any type of unifying, you know, I guess initiative and stuff, it brings up the problem when it comes to reporting. And if you're a participant within, say, a healthcare ecosystem, and you know, just join the consortium or the network, you then become part of the reporting requirement, and that creates an extra burden on that. And you know, right now, it's so big and it's so fragmented that baseline can basically come in and contribute so much because of, you know, you're demonstrating that proof of consistency between the state machines, that everything has to stay very locked up and walled off. Probably the biggest opportunity I see there is in healthcare claims adjudication. I mean, if anyone has a procedure, let's just say a colonoscopy. Say you get a colonoscopy, and let's just assume that all of the people, all the participants are in your payer network. Everything's in network. You know, you have the colonoscopy, you're done, everything's fine. You're going to get, within a week, you're going to get a minimum of 7 pieces of mail. You're going to get from each legal entity that participated in your episode of care. Yeah, and they're all going to basically say this is not a bill, but they're going to basically assert their presence in whatever service they provided. So you're going to get a bill from the clinic, the gastroenterologist, from the lab, the pathologist, the anesthesiologist, who's going to bill you twice, one for the service and one for the medication. And then you're going to get a you know, an explanation of benefits from your healthcare payer. If you could actually, you know, have that type of proof of consistency between all of these siloed architectures, you can have that claim, you know, paid, settled, and closed in a fraction of the time. And at the same time, you're preserving, you know, as we talk about volume purchase agreements, payers are going to have, you know, specific reimbursement agreements with different providers. patients are going to have their co-pays, their uneroded deductibles, that entire just minefield that you have to navigate within your health insurance company. Tying all of these together so that they can at least have that common frame of reference, you will go ahead and get that, that claim settled and closed.
Mark, I love where you're coming from, because, I said this in the beginning of the session. It's like, we don't want to just build stuff just to build stuff.
Right.
We want to be able to build stuff so that it provides the world some sort of a benefit, right? And I'm using the world as a very exaggerated point, but I mean, look, I mean, I was laughing, but I was not laughing to make light of it. I was laughing because these are real serious issues that are, we can spot these inefficiencies and really drive home, and that's the point. And, you're speaking about healthcare. So shout out to Consensus Health. I'm not sure if anyone is here from Consensus Health. We've seen them in the baseline specifications, steering committees, and so on and so forth. So I think if you have a chance, you can definitely chat with them. I know that they would love to hear about all that.
Yeah, get Heather Lee Flannery in here.
Yeah, we need to put Bill and Mark together. I think that they'll have a fun time chatting.
Heather and Bill are both registered, but I don't know if they're actively on the floor at the time. So
it's
okay.
okay.
I have a call with Heather next week. We actually worked in the past on Salesforce. She was working on a Salesforce ISV as well. So I actually have a call with Heather. I think it's next week, actually. Yeah, to talk about some of the benefits we could do. So we're excited about that.
Awesome. Cool. All right. Well, I'm going to give somebody else one more chance, because I really just want to hear, Stefan, I'm not trying to dig into your session over here. We're going to give you the spotlight in a second, but somebody else, where else would you like to see, from a product cookbook perspective, where would you like to see Baseline 1 year from now? Let me ask Stefan, seeing as though you are speaking next, let's warm you up.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me well.
Yep.
Been jumping a little bit between different sessions, and every time setting up my audio device is new. So yeah, good evening from Germany. At least it's 9 p.m. here, and I was following the last minutes of the discussion, and perhaps I want to follow up on what Nick said, because I really like that as a vision, especially that out of the box approach. And although my presentation, I'm also joined by Unibright's CEO and my co-founder Martin, is about SAP. Perhaps it's not so much about SAP, because the challenges that all integration projects have, and that will hopefully be solved 1 year from now by Baseline, or at least we have another opportunity to solve these integration projects. All of these face the same challenges, and it does not matter so much if you are talking about an SAP system, or perhaps Dynamics or Salesforce. And we had already great detailed presentations on these specific ones earlier on this track. What I think the great thing about Baseline, that sums it up, is that it's not driven by one of the mentioned big ERP players, but that it's really coming from the protocol point of things. And that's actually the chance. So my wish for Baseline 1 year from today would be actually that the world gets to know about the advantages of an integration approach that is not driven mainly by one of the big players, but rather is coming from a community, from an integration community, as I understand it, because this really gives the opportunity to include and integrate all players, not only those who are able to run a big ERP system, but perhaps integrate their Google Sheets or their local database or their proprietary self-development solution, but still be part of a network that enables to put additional trust into business processes. So that's what I hope that 1 year from now, many individuals, companies, associations, enterprises, developers, integration companies understand the power that is behind the idea of baseline, actually.
Thank you, Stefan and Martin. So really quickly before we pass this off, what I want to do is just I'm not going to start from the beginning and go all over because that would take a couple hours. But what I want to do is just kind of provide a recap because we're actually almost at the end of the breakout session and we had a lot of good discussions. And just I see a bunch of new faces in this room. So just quickly setting the stage here. This breakout session is intended for those that are developers, are business users, are administrators, are into code, are into use cases, et cetera, or just want to learn about what the baseline protocol is really all about. What we did was, we started to talk about what the intro to the baseline protocol is. And then we, had this interactive session where folks can help define it in terms that makes it more, clear and concise. We went into the standards of the standards of modern applications, but really it's the standards of the baseline protocol as it relates to all the different core interfaces. And again, just to shout that out, we have the core interfaces breakout session 2. Then what I did was went into a baseline Microsoft Dynamics 365 environment, which started out actually, with the Unibright team and Provide and Envision and others. And we got together and, put together this demo. We had people log into the D365 environment. So Stefan and Martin, you guys weren't here. We showed them a D365 to another D365 environment. They clicked around, they got to experience what it would be like to send things out. We kind of highlighted some of the points that also is documented in the Eminent Task Force Hackathon too. So feel free to talk about that one. How we use the out of the box modules. And then we just tied together some of the, product cookbook ideas, how we would integrate with the global phone book, where the core interfaces came in, and how integration really looks like it's native out of D365. And Dom did the same thing. So then after that, Dom went and explained baselined Salesforce. And now if I can, I'll turn the mic over to the Unibright team to discuss baselined SAP.
Thanks, Dan. Perfect. I can share my screen, I guess. Okay, can you see my PowerPoint session?
Yes. Yes, we did.
Thanks, Dom. I want to perhaps first take a step back. This presentation was initially also considered to be part of the cookbook session that is now part of the roundtable later. And for that cookbook session, understanding a cookbook as something that, I changed the slide, a cookbook to create recipes for available ingredients, and where the recipes can be best practices or reference implementations like the one that Dan just mentioned in context of the EA Eminent Task Force hackathons. And the ingredients can be the defining parameters of your specific business process. So if we're talking about a cookbook that somebody would have a look into, if he knows some of the ingredients he has and he perhaps knows his favorite dish, then he can take a look into the cookbook on how actually find the right way or the right algorithm to or the right workflow steps to baseline a process. And before we get to the details of SAP, it's really important for me personally and also for our Unibright team that we take this on a little bit on a generic level. Every party that wants to be a part of or a participant in the baseline process somehow has the same challenges as I mentioned just before. There are different systems of record involved. There's a specific document flow to the process that should be baselined. And all the end users, I mean, we should not forget about that. of course, Baseline is a protocol, and it's a great protocol, and it's also real fun to dive into the specifics of a protocol on the very, say, lowest technical layer. But in the end, if we are talking about a vision on who will use Baseline in 1 year from now, then in the end, it's about making a customer experience for the end users of a respective ERP system that is part of a Baseline process. So we have to ask the question, no matter if it's a SAP system or if it's just a custom built small database based application, at what layer do participants need to view the baseline status and the messages, and what are the integration points? So our approach at the hackathons we are been running, and also at the client projects we are currently doing with, for example, Kona and Fraunhofer, is exactly answering these questions first before we dive into the details on how SAP can baseline, say, a purchase order. And something that we always promoted, and also something that we learned in the baseline context to be even more important, is to talk about the right domain models. So just a short side note on how Unibright is doing it. Together with Provide, we are building products around the baseline pattern. We have been building a no-code blockchain framework already before that, and this is now getting adapted to baseline. And the first point here is the visual definition of domain models, and that's actually already the central point of our approach. That if you want to have an integration happening between different parties, you have to have something both parties or all parties can rely on, no matter what the underlying system of record may look like. And this is what we understand as common domain models. So at least the most important fields, attributes, or states or methods for, of example, a purchase order. And it may be that there's a leading system in a process, and that you just take the, say, SAP model of a purchase order as the domain model that all parties have to rely on. It's totally fine if the driving entity is heavily relying on SAP. But still, all parties have to have or must have the chance to understand this domain model and integrate their respective system by that domain model into a baseline process. So everything we do, the visual definition of processes and circuits in the baseline context, code generation, deployment, automatic mapping from domain models to, for example, to SAP, or even proxy generation, API generation, all this is relying on the common understanding of a domain model of the objects that you want to baseline.
Yeah, I mean, Stefan, perhaps I can add something to it. It's Martin from Unibright here. As we so much emphasize on domain models, it's not only about the technical side of things, but about the process side of things as well. I mean, for our customers, we know that they live and they think in their processes. So it's super vital that when we have let's say a purchasing scenario, we need, on a technical level, we need functions or API calls that somehow do things like send a purchase order or receive a quote. But this is vital too for all the people that design the distributed business processes within a company, that we get onto this level, because that's where these people are. We can't do, or we can't have any blockchain specifics on this level, because these people are just, they are not known to it. So it's extremely vital to get on this domain model if you want to do, let's say, real world projects with customers or companies that are not experienced in blockchain thinking patterns.
Exactly, and I think this is also great potential for baseline, because now with baseline you have an argumentation towards using blockchain in enterprise processes, where blockchain is really used for that part of the implementation logic, where it really provides the most benefit in enabling trust. but perhaps not on replacing everything that a local enterprise ERP system is able to do. I mean, that was more of the pitch of the last, say, or 3 years ago, when it came to the idea that we could just replace every ERP system by that big distributed database called blockchain, or 1 year later we could replace every custom-built business logic by a world computer with smart contracts. So with Baseline, we finally get to the point that we also can solve classic long existing integration challenges or even problems, because we have something that starts with domain modeling and starts with easy integration of whatever ERP system into a common stack, and then uses an underlying protocol to exchange messages and to countersign them and to establish an additional level of trust. Perhaps we give a short example of 2 projects that we're currently working on, which both have an SAP in the background as one system of record. And the first one is the project that we're doing together with Kona, and without getting too much into the details, as this is still work in progress. As in all projects, when it comes to baselining that we are currently working at, it's about an object sequence that is established already. So, I mean, this process is not new with baseline. It's been there for decades. For example, in this case, placing purchase orders and sending them to potential vendors, which will then turn purchase orders into sales orders, in a later point in time, create delivery notifications that reference these sales orders. And then you have an ongoing object sequence or document flow, as you would call it in SAP, from shipment over goods issues, goods receipts, until you have something like a billing document, an invoice, that could even be tokenized afterwards. So the object sequence can be as complex or as long as the case desires. But the thing with baseline is that you can baseline each of the states of this workflow. So each of the documents that represent a workflow step in a complete process from ordering to invoicing, and have multiple parties agreeing on the same state that is represented in their respective ERP system. And this is just one example where you can see that if you start a project with a customer, it's not so much about baselining in the first place. It's not so much about explaining zero knowledge proofs on saying a sales order. It's very much classical integration topics or even consulting topics when it comes to defining the right object sequence and defining the right the right participants to be part of the process.
Yeah, but I think that's the great potential. I mean, it's, as you said, Stefan, it's all these processes that already exist, and every big company does, for example, some purchasing, and so we always have these object sequences we can baseline. So by enabling these already existing business processes to do something unique, let's say use the trusted middleware that we can add with baseline, doing it that way, that we can really focus on getting this unique addition to distributed business processes. It's much easier than starting with pitching blockchain or starting with zero knowledge proofs. It's much easier to have this business process in place and then tell the customer, oh, now we can have this great technical addition that wasn't possible before.
Exactly, and it's also showing the potential in terms of that many unsolved problems still have to do with that some players are kept out of an integration process, because I mean, every participant in a, say, procurement process knows his business. He knows how he's creating the goods receipts. He knows how his daily process looks like, and perhaps the issue of not being part of a supplier network or something is not because they don't understand the process or they would not be able to deliver the desired quality, but rather that they are not able to be part of a digital and automated process. So this is also one of the goals of Baseline, to make this more, to make integration more attractive even to smaller players, or to a consortium where we perhaps have a big player as the leading entity and many smaller players like suppliers adding to the process. We can take a look at what this should look like for when it really comes to the rollout of a new project. This is also an example from the Kona project, and also from the Fraunhofer project that we're doing. We think that it's very important with every integration process that you distinguish between the different levels of a project. In this case, the design time, the deploy time, and the runtime. Currently, when we are starting a new project, we spend most of the time in the really like hours, days, or weeks in the design time. So defining the models and also the mappings to existing systems, and to get the process right. And once that project is up and running, or at least in a state where you can roll out a beta version, including some pilot suppliers or whatever, it always comes to an easy deployment, which is also important in a scenario that is built in a way that new participants should be able to join at any time. So in our case, building this together with Provide, we have at design time, we have the Unibright modeling tools, and in deploy time, the Provide shuttle tools to have an automatic setup, so that in runtime, you can rely on all these previously designed and published parts of the system. In this case, we have a connector, we have different containers representing the Unibright, the Provide stack, and the actual Baseline stack. But it's important to show that understanding first, because we get now into details of an SAP implementation, how we did it there. But it's important to understand that the SAP implementation comes into the picture earliest at the deploy time, and then of course at runtime, but that many integration projects fail, or because there's not enough effort or not enough time or resources or domain specialists during the design time of the process. This does not change with Baseline. You still have to get your process right, but Baseline can provide a lot of tools helping you that once you got the process right on a definition level, it just works, and you really can concentrate on your daily business. Okay, so also one high-level example how we did this in the Kona project. So let's just, for an example, take a purchase order that comes out of a SAP system and is due to be sent to different vendors that are part of that process. We had the feeling that it's, or not the feeling, we are convinced that it's better for the client that there's a certain level of control of the data flow towards a new, say, tech stack or technology when it comes to running in SAP. So, of course, we could just offer the Baseline APIs as they are currently there in the great reference implementations, which work just fine. But still, in the daily project, there will be a lot of requests for enrichment of data, or perhaps of additional approval steps that are completely out of blockchain scope, just within the SAP system. So what we did is that the the complete message control, and also a part that that we defined or we designed with our Unibright subconnector, where you can model different workflow steps within the SAP, which then get baseline. So on the left side, everything we need to stay within SAP is also code-wise, it's still in SAP, because there we model the actual process from the leading system. We model different workflow steps. And when it comes to baselining different messages or documents like a purchase order, we then have a dedicated point within the SAP coding, like function modules with REST APIs on top that can talk to, in this case, our provide in Unibright baseline as a service stack. You find again the domain objects here on the right side, and this is of course by purpose, because everybody who would not be able to run an SAP system would still rely on the same underlying stack from the baseline message over a more meaningful object away from the message layer, and then mapped into a purchase order domain object in this case. And this is also the entry point where every other ERP could be integrated. And this finally leads to what we wanted to talk about when we said that SAP is just one example. All these questions that we have and answered in SAP with an internal workflow management, with status management, with or like Daniel showed earlier within Dynamics, with specific UI elements that show a certain baseline status, all these questions still have to be answered on a UI level or on an end system level for every party that wants to be baselined. But all these questions can be answered based on at least a domain object model that is common with all the participants of a work group. That's the idea behind this message flow and component structure.
Yeah. I just had the idea that, I mean, this slide is, I think it's the core slide on integration. Stefan, perhaps this would be a good point in time to ask for any questions. I mean, this.
Yep. Also taking a look at the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see it while presenting while sharing the screen.
There's no current question in the chat, but perhaps someone wants to ask something. I mean, just to rephrase what is very important to me being visualized by this slide is, I don't know if everyone is familiar with this term IDOC, orders 05, in the second box on the left-hand side. I mean, this is the standard EDI format or standard EDI document that is used within SAP. So it's nothing special to blockchain or to anything. It's just like Kona is using IDOCs today for the electronic data exchange. And so we just stay in that domain. They already know how to exchange orders of 5 IDOCs. And then that makes it much easier for them if we just stay there, take that IDOC, and then convert it into a JSON representation, and then get it into our own stack. So from a customer's perspective, that's much healthier than exposing any techie API calls. Yeah.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the reusability. Of course, 80% of also shown on the left side could be easily be used in other projects. In fact, currently we are building multiple POCs at a time, but as often it turns out that 80% or around 80% of different processes are still comparable, and the last 20% need some customization on client level, and finding that right line between the 80% and the 20% should, in our opinion, or at least that's our approach and our hope, should be exactly the line between these two stacks. So, for example, if we take a look, this was the Kona example. If we take a look at the Fraunhofer case we're currently working on, just to give some context, it's about a 3D laser printing device that is equipped with IoT sensors that continuously deliver data about the performance of the machine. This protocol data is sent to SAP as measurement documents, and the idea behind is to have these protocol data aggregated and baselined, for example, once a day, and sent out to all potential suppliers that may be able to deliver a specific maintenance service, or, for example, cooling liquid if the machine is or the sensor of the machine is notifying that there's a problem with cooling liquid. And as soon as specific values in that protocol messages are surpassing specific thresholds, then we automatically have a maintenance message and then we are again inside an SAP workflow, which is not which is independent from if the underlying or the following integration technique is baselined or not, which is triggering an internal SAP workflow on mapping the maintenance message to the right service or product, finding potential vendors for this service or product, triggering a request for quotation process, quotations and purchase orders following after that. So, I mean, the setup is something completely different than talking about purchase orders in, for example, in the Coca-Cola world. But from a baseline perspective, as soon as it comes to document flows or object sequences that are baselined, it's quite comparable, at least on the 80% of how to connect an ERP system to the baseline stack. And this is also why we are often asked, okay, what are the use cases for baseline and which industries can baseline serve? And our answers is that baseline should be something that's more, in our understanding, that's more or less use case independent, because it's really more an integration pattern or a document sequence trust adding pattern, and not so much, it should not be narrowed down to specific cases like supply chain. We all need these cases and these projects and these POCs to show the power of something like baseline. But baseline is not narrowed down or reduced to specific use cases if you understand it the way that we try to understand it, as a tool to add trust to existing processes that have a specific object sequence or document flow.
Yeah, I guess the baseline future is much brighter or much brighter in terms of that nearly all distributed business processes can make use of it. That's what we have learned, and that's just great.
Yeah, and perhaps just to close that idea or that presentation also, I mean, I'm sure that Dan touched the SAP D365 integration demo earlier, and it would also be very interesting to do a recap or a re-demo of that, given the current state of the implementation of the baseline protocol. Hint, hint, Daniel. Let's do something together here. But
Stefan, wait a moment. We have some one question appeared in
okay.
the chat that refers to the integration slate. It is from Bob. I can only read the first name. It's Bob. In the Kona examples, the data being moved between parties is still based on EDI standards? Question mark.
If you consider, I mean, are you online?
Yes, Stefan, I'm online.
Perhaps you can specify a little bit about the question so we get it right.
It looks, first of all, a great presentation, but it looks from what you're showing that you took the IDOC, which is an EDI standard, moved it to JSON, and then put it through the provide stack. So you didn't have to agree on the actual data because the suppliers are already prepared for that information coming from Kona.
Yeah, but perhaps if you think about widening the supplier network, let's perhaps not make this too specific about Kona, because I would rather have Andre and colleagues, of course, going into the details of that in another presentation. But of course, you are limited in terms of integration if not anybody in the ecosystem has something in place, like for example, SAP PI or other mappers or translators when it comes to just reading IDOC messages. I mean, Martin and me have been doing these kind of integration projects for 15 years prior to Baseline, and it was in 90% of the cases is what it was always about mapping, for example, IDOCs or other standards to the specific environment of a smaller player. And in that case, it's not so much helpful if you're only if you have to send out or receive IDOCs. Yeah, it's not only the translation of an IDEC into a JSON. This is rather a technical challenge that can easily be solved, but it's also the common way of setting up the tech stacks that are used for integration, and especially enabling to have that integration layer in all user interface layers. That's what I was wanted to show in that slide here. In the end, every user should be using his well-known and his UI that he or her is used to, he or she is used to, and just add additional, say, user status on SAP to show if a purchase order is baselined or not, or on a dynamic system to show that status. So the UI may look differently, but you have to integrate these status through every layer of the tech stack, and that's a very vital point to distinguish between a pure EDI integration. You're totally right with that. It's also in the Kona case, it's relying on SAP standards, like creating another endpoint for an IDOC, which is then translated. But knowing that this IDOC will be sent to a baseline stack is also integrated within the SAP, showing the status on the right user interface, showing the protocol layer where you can perhaps for example, see that a baseline status message, like some technical issues or a counter party refusing to countersign a specific object, all this is also part of the integration. And this is what an IDOC itself, of course, is not capable of showing to the different participants of an integration process.
Yeah, I think that's just one addition. I think that's the core. I mean, we use IDOCs in the beginning and in the end of every process, just as a data format that is standardized. But of course, all the nice things and all the magic of Baseline, it still happens within the provided stack, so to say. Everything about circuits and zero knowledge proofs and agreements and baseline work groups agreeing on things, that of course still happens. It's just like as soon as we touch an off-chain system, like for example, an SAP system or a Microsoft ERP system, then we use the standards that are in place there and that are used to the customers, if that helps.
Right, I agree. It opens up a whole new level of possibilities to make that integration much smoother than just an EDI translator to EDI translator.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so much for the scope of Baseline and SAP. I mean, there are tons of or thousands of approaches how to tackle that. It was our idea was to show a little bit on the hands-on projects that we are currently working on, how we understand Baseline in that context, and also understanding this session as a preparation for the everything around the cookbook, where it's actually about participation. We would love to see one of these sessions contributing to the list of, say, desired systems of record that should be baselined, the desired document flows or object sequences that are worth baselining. And perhaps now that we saw 3 different ERP systems and how it's done on the integration side or even on the coding side, that gives a preparation to actually jump on the part also for tomorrow, reading John's comment here in the chat, to have more hands-on conversations on, let's work something out. What should be the content of a cookbook that say 1 year from now, somebody that has not heard about baseline until then.
Who should that be?
Yeah, I don't know, but perhaps there are still people left, so that they have something in their hands, like a cookbook. Okay, how do I approach my existing system and my existing processes to check if they are baselineable, and if so, with what should I start?
Yeah, like, I mean, you think about, I mean, SAP and Dynamics are a little different this way, but if you think about systems like Intuit, QuickBooks, you know, you'd want to build a user experience into that took advantage of baseline attributes and events in a way that you couldn't do from the open source side, right? On the, you know, that needs to be done in the application user experience. So it'd be nice to be able to have a bit of a cookbook that helped you. You're going to have to write that code in your environment, specifically to your environment, but it'd be nice to have patterns and that sort of thing. So that's what I think of as a cookbook. By the way, I want to say about Bob's question about EDI, unless it was, I've been flipping back and forth because I'm sort of the AV specialist for this whole event. But if it wasn't mentioned, there's a pretty interesting project that's happening in the next, actually was supposed to drop right now, but kind of pushed it off because of the event, around EDI and border and customs. So that's yet another case of EDI work, with baseline. And I think there's a lot of speculation that baseline will be useful in opening up the idea of multi-party, practical multi-party EDI, or at least making that more straightforward and tractable. So more to come here, Bob. I'm definitely starting to get all my old friends from like the Best Buy supply chain folks and guys like Rick Rommel. I got to call them up and say, hey, it's time to get going.
Yeah, and I'd also like to jump in and just mention really quick, in regards to the cookbook and putting together some ideas that people can look to and really implement in the future. I think if there's ever an opportunity for us to double dip and like automate something to fix another problem in the process, we should do that if possible. Kind of like the example, I believe, when we were doing the SAP demo earlier, having it autofill so that it's easier to use, people enjoy using it, and it also like is part of being baseline. I think that's all critical. So if you guys have ideas of how to do that, that would be ideal.
But John, you're muted.
Thank you. Now for something completely different, if you just for complete fun, if this is a good breaking point, I'll put this in. If you want to get a real kick, go to that link in the chat and open up 2 or 3 of the tabs that are where people are active, and then run audio on all of them at the same time. And you'll get a sense of how this could be actually a way cooler way of doing real conferences. I think we're onto something here, guys. I really do, because I got pulled into one-on-ones. The first time was by this Carnegie Mellon student, and I got to know this guy, which is what I haven't been able to do at a conference in 8 months. They've all been just webinars with people talking. That was the best experience ever. So do that for each other, and just grab somebody, go, I want to talk to you, and go into a private room and, do that. But it's also fun to listen to all of the different work happening simultaneously. It's the best. Thank you.
This reminds me of the voices in my head, actually.
Yes.
Like a cocktail party.
That's how you guys get so much done, right?
Yeah, that's how we go nuts.
Awesome.
Oh, by the way, all of these, what we'll do with these sessions, Daniel, this session, it will probably be by far the largest because it's got so much content running across the streams. But we'll take the live streams and hopefully cut them down. Hopefully nothing goes wrong with those live streams, because that's how we're recording this as well. Because it's going to be 30 hours of 8 streams simultaneously. So hopefully nothing goes wrong with YouTube. And then we'll be able to cut those down. I think I'm gonna have to buy a bigger machine to edit. Can you edit 30 hours of footage? I think DaVinci Resolve will eat eat my computer for that. What's next?
There's a question from Alex Kritikos. Wonderful last name. Can't the state of a state machine be expressed in headers / metadata?
The whole state machine, or just one record?
I don't know, Alex, if you want to come off mute and ask.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, it was kind of carrying on from a previous question where I just thought of the analogy of baseline as a set of metadata or headers that get stamped on top of standardized business messages, whether these are EDI or something else. And then Kyle responded, and this was kind of me responding to Kyle. But I'm interested in what you guys think.
I'm not so sure if I get the scope of the question right. I mean, talking about metadata in terms of message exchange, yes, but the idea of baseline, of course, is to outsource that state synchronizing. So it's not part of a one party sending the right metadata to the other party, but rather two parties agreeing on that they both rely on the same state and notarize this agreement on a blockchain.
Yeah,
and the header part, I don't get completely, to be honest.
But I guess that's what Kyle was referring to as well when he wrote no, not when it uses the public blockchain.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
We don't want to have the state of the machine in any form on a public blockchain. That's why baseline handles it differently, not putting sensitive data on a public blockchain.
I didn't quite mean that, but anyway, I was basically describing Stefan's diagram in a different way, because effectively all the baselining starts from the export of the IDOC to JSON.
Mm-hmm.
So up to that point, it's just a standardized business message. And then it goes
totally
into the baseline as a service stack, and that message goes through various on-chain and off-chain processes, and it gets some proofs and some signatures, and these could be headers or metadata attached on the original message.
Now I
at
get
least
it.
with my messaging, biased messaging point of view.
Yeah, then you're totally right, because this, if you talk about, let's call it local metadata that one baseline participant uses to, when receiving a message from the baseline stack, retranslating it properly into the specific model of, say, SAP, then of course you even should enrich that domain model object with current state or log messages, so to make the integration easier. This could be one idea. The other idea is just to reading it every time you want to have access to it from the API, and looking back into other persistence layers or mechanisms that are in place on the baseline stack. But if you talk about the point where a domain model leaves the baseline stack to reside again in the ERP system or in the system of record of one participant, then you are totally right. This is one way it could be done.
Can I have a couple minutes to talk about something that's been in my mind about this? If you don't mind. Can you guys hear me okay, by the way?
Yep.
Of course.
I'm getting weird feedback in my head. Okay, that's because I've got like 15 different broadbands running at the same time on one machine.
You should switch off that YouTube video that you posted, perhaps.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've got 8 Azure instances with remote desktop running on this machine. I'm surprised it hasn't caught fire. So on this, you know, we used to talk a lot back in the early part of the middle of last year about this idea of a code book. And yeah, I think we started calling it, I call it that after watching, I was watching a documentary about Apollo missions and how compute was done on those spacecraft. And it's like, all right, call code, code one, code line 44. Line 44 is going to go call line 66. And, it strikes me that you don't want to have to write everything into a ZK circuit. And you don't want when it comes to business logic, not just the record, but the business logic itself. It seems to me what I want to do is and maybe this is a good thing that we're doing baselining in the age of containers as containers mature. Because what I want to be able to do is say, I'm going to write in whatever language I want to write. I'm going to write this logic circuit. I'm going to say, I want to do, here are my conditionals, here's my loops, et cetera. I'm going to write that little program. Maybe it's a Lambda function or, that sort of thing. And then not only do I want the data on both my system and your system to be verifiably consistent, I want the code to have been run consistently and to, of course, generate the same result. And then all I need is a zero knowledge circuit to enforce the consistency of that container. Right. So in a world before containers, getting the signature to render correctly would fail, right? Because I might be running in Java, you might be running something else. It just would not be consistent. But I'm wondering, and I might be nuts here, is Kyle still on? Curious what his thoughts are on this. I wonder if that isn't something that needs to be part of the standard as we go, is to say, yep, I'm not only passing you some data via this messaging layer, I'm also going to pass you a container. You're going to execute that container. I'm going to execute the container. We're going to run the baseline process through that. And now I can construct workflows in business logic that I can handle, where I don't have to pay a mathematician to write circuits for every single bit of that. I can just write circuits that govern the consistency of it, or use those circuits kind of like a Java interface class where they're enforcing correctness on those containers to, okay, this container has to behave this way. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, makes sense. But I also think that even in the first step, if you're just exchanging messages in a way that they are adding to the state of a system of record, even if there's no additional code needed that needs to be executed, already provides value, and
sure.
that's a good thing to start, because the more we didn't touch that in detail in our presentation, but one of the ideas, for example, in the Kona context, is not only the message flow and the sequence of documents, but also the versioning of them. So, for example, if you come to the point where you have delivery notifications that have to be turned into a payment advice or an invoice, and you are not able yet to agree on the payment terms, on the exact payment terms, or perhaps on the delivery terms, which makes the delivery more expensive, and then you would have to change the invoice again. All this would be an example where you need some small packages defining the next stage of delivery costs, and you could run this, or you could send this code, this part of the code book, over to the participant. He's executing his in his machine, and then he can verify that both parties come to the same conclusion in terms of delivery costs. So it's very, very exciting in the, say, step 1.5. But
me, I'm always, now that we've completely solved baselining, I'm already on to the next.
Yeah, that's totally fine. But
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing actually about baseline, that it already adds real value already in version 1.0, when it only comes to message exchange or object sequence baselining. And all the stuff that you're mentioning, of course, is the very exciting part that should be added right after that.
It has me thinking, especially if you guys look at a company like Clause, CLAUSE, they have become a pretty good partner with DocuSign, and they I don't love some things about the way they implement. They're using Fabric, and I will make fun of them for that because it's fun. But I think that they've become very successful at generating these little code snippets out of legal documents. So they've become the sort of, DocuSign started with effectively, signing PDFs. So what you effectively had, right? You had a PDF and a signed one now. now and then they moved to you can mark those PDFs up with fields, and okay, now you can jack those fields into your Salesforce system. And now with clause, they're adding business logic. They're saying this agreement has business logic associated with it, which will execute. And that's what got me thinking about that. I'm saying, well, if that's the case, now I've got a master service agreement with business logic, and I need your machine and my machine to verifiably run that same business logic without having to rely on, the more SaaS style of doing that, because you're trusting a SaaS organization to run that for both of you. So I think it's worth talking about.
Yeah, John, just add quickly. Yeah, we looked at doing something similar with the open law integrations and kind of adding their DSL into different contracts, and then eventually seeing if we can do both. Yeah, add the DSL and then make them compatible with the baseline protocol messages. I think that's definitely a pattern we're looking at doing in the next couple quarters.
Yeah, as a consensus guy, I take no joy in mentioning clause over my friends at Open Law, but they did get the deal at DocuSign. It appears that they're doing pretty well with that.
Yeah, I think very similar kind of embedding logic with the DSL inside the actual contract, which is kind of doing the entire MSA in like Solidity.
Well, there's an issue to Bounty for maybe 2021. Who's next?
All right. Well, it's not who's next. We're next. All of us. That's what we're here for, right? So just kind of keeping up with this, right? We have about another hour until the closing remarks and happy hour and the Baseline Summit reception, which is going to be happening just right after the closing remarks, right? John, Nick?
You got it. My bourbon is ready.
Good.
Baseline bourbon.
You can send it this way. Baseline bourbon. Has a very nice ring to it.
It does, actually.
So, all right. We have the Unibright team over here. We have Avia. We have Dom. I think I see.
Yep. Come on.
I see. Hold on, let's see. I'm trying to look through the participants, and I know that Kyle was supposed to say a little something at the very end. But look, I mean, one of the aims of what we tried to do today, just to kind of bring everyone back here. Let me share my screen. Is throughout the course of the day, what we wanted to do is on this last tab right here is this cookbook ideation, if you will. Right. So we asked everyone at different points throughout the breakout session to write down what system they see, what use case or feature that they think, and write some notes about it. So realistically, this last section was really used. Let me go back over here. Oh, I like this over here. This is nice. Whoever did this, thank you. This last section is really just a roundtable for us to go through the use cases list that we saw and to go through the different features, and we could talk about it and see, you know, which of these makes sense, if we want to assign a prioritization to it, if we wanted to see which ones we should be attacking first. I mean, throughout the day, I think we heard everybody say that they want to see Salesforce and D365 integrated and see a demo with that. We're obviously all for that. I love it, but let's hear from everybody else. I mean, open law and baseline. I see that someone just had written that in there. We have QuickBooks provider. So look, so what I'll do, I'll go through, I'll read some of these use cases, and I really want someone to interrupt me. And let's just talk about them, right? So we have procurement as the use case. Obviously, we showcase that literally all day, basically. The connector, that was something that we showcased as well, something that looks native to the system of record, to be able to take on these core interfaces, to be able to read these APIs and connect to the provider service, which is the core of the baseline protocol. And then we have ECMR. Is anybody here that wrote down what the ECMR is? Transbook? Not there. And then we had another one, sharing a confidential document. Well, we kind of showcased that through SAP, right? Through D365, through Salesforce. Radish 34, the sensitive document that we were looking to share was or is the proposal, right? The answer back from the RFP. The RFP is not necessarily confidential, but the answers coming back would be confidential. The MSA, who you agreed with, is also confidential. And just as a side note, I guess I could just make a side conversation. Let me know what everyone thinks about this. We've, envisioned blockchain. I'm talking about us specifically here. We have Jason in the room with me as well. We try to stop people when they say that they're sharing this information, right? Because are we sharing the information, right? When from like a messaging perspective, are we sharing things? Because we're not really sending the information through mainnet, right? We're not. That's one of the main things that we ended up not doing, is not putting anything on chain and making it queryable, right? We have this hash, which is the representation of what it is. Instead of sharing confidential data, instead of sending confidential data, I feel like, I'm looking at Jason right now talking among us, right? We always have that conversation with clients. Are we really sending something, or is it more of the proxy data model taking care of the rest? What do you guys think about that? I'm going to call on folks over here.
Can you remind us what the proxy data model part again is?
Yeah. So, for example, right, in the D365 example that we showed you, remember when we were using the service operations to be able to send information from one organization to another, right? We're not necessarily sending information, but really it's that proxy data model which is building that record in the next system of record, right? You're not sending it. It's more like it's a creation based on something that happened. How would you say that? How can we easily and quickly say, like, we're not sending the confidential document, even though it appears to be like that?
I would say that goes back to when a lot of us were putting together blockchain in the very beginning. And I think, just by default, we were looking at, private blockchains as kind of that database of record. And in there, you did have a sharing. Within baseline, we're basically saying, my record matches yours and I'm proving it. I think that anything that has to be shared, that can be done outside of the of the relationship. Basically, what you're using baseline for is to prove that what I've just told you, you can rely upon, as opposed to you just have to wait and then maybe ask, or ask for me to prove it for you.
I think that's a good way of saying it. Does everyone agree? Does anyone disagree?
Well, yeah, I guess it's proving you have the information that's confidential that's in the document.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, can you hear me?
If you need to convince people that yes, you're holding the information and you have the confidential information that's in the document, you can prove that you have it without making that information not confidential, in a public way. That's the whole thing of zero knowledge proof. Right.
So yeah, if I can add, so yeah, I kind of wrote, I added this line to the document, and in the notes I kind of added that one of the kind of the small things that I had in mind is being able to confirm and to validate the format of the document that is about like to be sent to the receiving ERP. Like without having access to the document because you don't want to share the document to send it. That's like the wrong document. But that the receiving ERP kind of needs to know in advance that the format that it receives, is writable into like some other field somewhere in the ERP.
And I think it's basically you are proving the trust, or at least establishing it. And where I think that would be very valuable would be when you have new customers, or if you have infrequent arm length transactions, somebody that you would have outside of a regular, vendor supplier arrangement, to where there is some enforcement of that trust to say, hey, if all of a sudden I decide that I don't trust you anymore, I can actually bite you back, as it were. If you have someone, this is a brand new relationship, that you're just kind of feeling each other out. Baselining the information between the state machines goes a long way in a very short period of time of instilling that trust. Because if someone says, if I don't believe you, someone can say, well, I can prove to you that what I said you can actually take to the bank, or make it actionable about whatever I just told you, without you having to wait to say, well, I don't know if I believe you, send me the receipt, that sort of thing.
And I think, between everyone that just commented here makes a really great point, right? Because when we're sharing information, it's almost like we're literally, taking a piece of data and then giving it to somebody else. But realistically, through baselining, what we're doing is proving it. Just like Brian had mentioned with, zero knowledge proofs, is the whole point, is proof, right? Cool. Okay. HR data. Is anyone here that wrote that one in?
Actually, Daniel, I have another question before we actually dig into that second one there. Say I'm one of your counterparties, and we're doing something very sensitive, or something that's really important to both of us. And I say, I need to know that your state machine matches mine, and you send me a zero knowledge proof, basically saying that yes, it will. What does that look like? How do I have the confidence that what you just sent me was, not a bunch of, just gobbledygook? I mean, how do I have that confidence? I mean, other than, we all understand what zero knowledge proofs look like, but the average, procurement director, is like, I have no idea what that. I mean, what does that look like? And how do I get to the point to where I trust that implicitly?
Yeah. And how do you introspect? How do you know setting up, right? I think this is a great point that you're making.
Exactly.
Right. How do you know setting up? So we need a protocol for that, right? To say, yep, this isn't going to fall over as I push it at you. And you can do that right now. You do that manually, right? Like I'm sure with Provide Unibright, that's probably what they're doing. Each of those bottlers they're manually making sure that those records are going to be sensible to each other, right? But now this is a middleware problem for the ages, and there are ways to deal with it. I think, again, it's kind of like the container thing I was mentioning earlier. it might be good that we're doing this baselining stuff now because there's maturity around the API economy and knowing that you have good, not introspection, metaphorically introspection across, to the other party.
So
And I'm
I
sure
have an
Stefan
interesting
deals
way
with that
to-
every day and is, blockchain or no.
So I have an interesting way to attack that point, and we've seen it now a couple different times throughout this breakout session. And like you said, right, the manager at that business department for whatever procurement software or whatever software that happens to adopt this technology, they don't know zero knowledge proofs, nor do they care to know about it. They just want to know that, right, it's like there's benefits that come with that. They might not even know that there's zero knowledge proofs part of this end-to-end solution that they are using. So some of the things that we've been doing is talking about ways to lock the field that looks like native, right? So while somebody that's an admin, let's say for Salesforce, that Dom was showing, that there's ways that you can lock the field or lock the form, a way to describe it to those folks is, look, your business process can't move forward unless certain criteria is met. And I think that'll vary a little bit based on what the actual, software is, whether it's D365. Sometimes you see, like I was showing in the presentation earlier, there's like that red box that can come outside of the field. You can lock the field. It shows like there's like it literally shows on the UX that there's like a little lock on it, right? Or maybe there can be notifications that come up that says, hey, something's been tampered with or something doesn't match. There's certain things that we could do, and I believe that's also part of the persistence package that just came out. So, but with that said, I really think that that's an important thing because we are thinking through that. So I did add that in line 34. How do you know that ZKP actually exists? How can you prove it to somebody that ZKP is there? Great point.
Well, and it's also kind of like in the early days of Ethereum, we used to say code is law. And now here we are, as John's kind of taken us forward, code don't lie. But again, it's one of those, you have to instill that trust, where people sit there and say, yes, I know that, I can basically accept this and then approve, or whatever the next step within the transaction is going to be.
It's like, it can even be further where, it's just like, I'll just say the inverse of what you said. It's like, if something doesn't match up, then the workflow just doesn't happen, or the business process can't move on to the next step. Whether you lock that down via ZK circuits or you lock that down right now. I mean, we could lock it right now without anything to do with ZK, without anything to do with blockchain or anything, right? You just put a lock in the field. But who's to say that somebody can go and log in as a system admin and change that to editable?
Right.
And I think that's where some of the value points come in when we've matured to the point that these standards are almost like industry best practices.
Well, I mean, part of it's a weird benefit, but it is a benefit. If you're an administrator, you're supposed to be able to change the record, and you're supposed to know at that moment that you've debased that record.
Yeah.
Right. So that's a great example of I think that's what you're getting at, right? That's a good cookbook item, is to say,
yep,
here's the cookbook for making sure that your administrator knows, and your user perhaps in some cases know, that for one reason or another, that record is no longer consistent with the things it thought it was supposed to be consistent with. Also, I should think that I want something like a more fancy tooltip, a lot of applications, to be able to mouse over something or whatever the interface is, to see with whom is this funny colored, if you color the record differently for being baseline, for example. I mean, you might do that as a very bad designer. I'm sure there's a better way to do that. We have some good designers in the team here. But you look at it and okay, oh, well, okay, I see that this is baseline. With whom is it baselined? Is everybody still baselined? Right? Do I have some kind of a heartbeat there? And yeah, no, is this as airtight as a blockchain enthusiast from the last 5 years would like? No, but you have to be in a digital nudist colony to make that work. And most of us don't want to live in that. Well, certainly I don't. That would be horrible.
Well, and to that point, I would say, how do you establish that trust with zero knowledge? Because most people, their trust is going to be with what they know.
Well, I use zero knowledge to prove the zero knowledge.
Well, sure. Then you start getting really into.
I recursively recursion myself.
But a lot of times, it's like, okay, well, what is it that people have, have that trust now? You're either sending me a copy of, maybe a receipt. You're sending me a bill of lading, proving that I sent it. You're getting pulling up a screenshot of a FedEx
tracking event.
Yeah, tracking event, and basically saying, yeah, it was delivered, and people go ahead and execute off of that. And I would say zero knowledge proof is actually a lot more robust than that. But again, it's something esoteric to most people.
Have we discussed the corollary to that, which is I'm consistent. I've got to make my SAP or my SQL record consistent with your record, which is in Neo4j, and one's a graph database and one's a SQL database.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's quite an interesting topic. Stefan, how would you guys approach that? Or Daniel, you guys are in that same business.
I don't think Stefan's still here.
He might have stepped away.
But if I'm on Mongo and you're on, Legacy Oracle.
Well, with Mongo, I'm on Mongo and you're on Mongo. That's the same problem.
Yeah.
Depending on what you've done with Mongo. My blob ain't your blob.
Right.
So I mean, Bob, I bet you've lived through that for a few years.
Well, I think this is a very interesting conversation, right? Because you're trying, you can't solve all the problems, right? Once the data or once the information moves to the next party, they don't have the controls inside their own organization, right, to monitor or change of that data. And I'll even go back to the tracking event. You're assuming the tracking event coming from a major transporter is correct.
Oh no, don't assume that.
Hey Bob, how's it going, man?
I mean, look, I think Bob, what you're saying is, I think that baseline is coming at, that's bad. It's still bad, but it was really bad 10 years ago.
Yes.
Years ago. We're only awful right now. We're not unspeakably awful. And we're getting to the point where you can see on the horizon the opportunity for at least some non-trivial material number or percentage of counterparties to not be a complete mess. And
Right.
and in terms of that. And so as that wave rides up, I mean, getting the timing right is always tricky.
Right. I mean, this baseline, I think, is a step up for sure. And I think this transmitting EDI documents back and forth, is 30, 40 years old, right? What we should, I can send you an email faster and get things done, right? Whereas with baseline, I'm building on that and transmitting, and at least I'm incorporating in the zero knowledge proof. I think that it leads to these other things that you're bringing up, John.
By the way, there's nothing that would stop you from setting up a like 2 Excel spreadsheet instances where I baseline a cell in that Excel spreadsheet and then send you via email as the messaging layer the material, and then baseline it from that. You don't actually need to, you don't technically need to use NATs or something like that.
And I think a lot of people are actually doing that because it's not easy enough to, which is where baseline, I think, has piqued my interest, is that this gets to the heart of the matter on what information or what metadata or what zero knowledge proofs you're going to pass so that you can use this public main net, just like the transportation industry uses the roads. We standardize the roads and the red and the green and the yellow lights, right? So that we trust when we come to that intersection that you're going to stop at the red light. I don't know if I have a zero knowledge proof, but I have the idea that you're going to stop at that red light, right? So how can we do this with the information in the same, way? Baseline says, you can use the car you're using. We're just going to put you in lanes, right? And we're going to have some traffic signals or whatever agreements we come to, right? And your point, John, of a container, using the container around the data, that's very interesting idea, right?
Yeah, I have to think that there's somebody like maybe that Carnegie Mellon guy is going to say, oh yeah, this is lovely. I'm just going to containerize it, too, because that's just the obvious next step. I don't think anybody's tried that yet, although it's getting hard to know what people have tried because so many people are trying things.
Well, and just because you tried it before and it didn't work doesn't mean it's not the right time to try it now, right? Because of technology or networks or what have you, right?
Oh yeah, I'm saying yes, of course, but I'm saying I don't think anybody's tried to, say yes. We're not going to pass messages. We're going to pass containers.
Right.
What would that look like? I don't even know if that's dumb or not. Hey Kyle, what do you think?
Is that a cookbook idea? Should we write that down?
Containers as the thing you pass.
What do you mean by that? Sorry.
Well, I'm not sure I know what I mean by it. I'm being deliberately ignorant and stupid. I think
adding it to the enhancement request list.
Yeah, the notion is
don't add it. Don't add it that way. Don't add it. No.
No, somebody was like, there are no dumb ideas. I'm like, I love dumb ideas. They're my favorite thing. They lead to smart ideas. So I was just blithely pondering over the notion of what if what you're sending to people is not, JSON? What if we just standardize and say, yeah, you send containers. And the container might contain just data, or you might contain, what we were calling a code book before, right? You might contain, some business logic. And is there a way to get a say I'm running one system, you're running a different system, completely different systems. I send you a container, Docker container. You execute it. I execute it. We're executing into completely different environments. But
you're actually talking about a container, not like a Docker container.
I'm literally saying, instead of me sending you record X as JSON via NATS, I'm saying I'm going to send you a container via Messenger. And it's small as possible.
It's like a sub protocol.
Yeah, and then I'm going to use my zero knowledge circuit to enforce correctness on the container execution and stuff, but I'm not going to write.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see the container execution being an input to an input to the circuit.
Yeah, basically just treat the container.
Like you're not sending the actual container, but you're sending.
You're sending the image
in order to pull the container.
Well, and also in order to get a signature out that's going to pass the test, because if
I can see that, John. That's right? Proof of execution. Proof of execution could work in a container. It would be an input to the circuit, though.
Would you get the same signature out? Like if I'm in like Linux and you're in something else, and there's different environment factors, would there be a way to? This is my limit of understanding on containers. I used to know more, but could you get the same? Could you get a signature from both or all the parties?
What you'd want to do is actually. What you'd want to do is if this hypothetical situation actually played out, you'd want to probably take the output from the container and use a key management service to sign the output.
Would you get the same? Would you be able to pass the test, or would I just don't know if there's a scheme that does that. Maybe it's trivial.
Yeah, no, you should. I mean, the output of the container should be the same, right?
No matter what, right?
Yeah, it should be. there's probably edge cases where we could figure out how to break that. But yeah, it's going to be like Windows versus Linux, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, there probably are edge cases where the signature would break, but or like the output would not be the same.
Just to be devil's advocate over here, why would you need baseline to pass through a container pull, if you will, as opposed to just giving somebody, you know, the URL to do it?
No, you would pass the Docker, you would pass the Docker container, the execution details over the point-to-point messenger. You would use that to then execute the container, and you would take the output and sign it, and that would be, those two items would probably be the inputs to your circuit.
And the benefit being that you could write your business logic in anything you want. You wouldn't have to write in something esoteric.
So the purpose of sending the container is the ZK container that we're sending.
No, the container is just arbitrary logic.
Yeah, no, you could write it in Java. You could write it in Python.
Okay.
That's the whole point. I want to be able to write my business logic in Python and still
that
work.
would work. It would work.
Yeah.
It's an interesting spike, but I don't think we're there yet. I think it'd be cool, a cool Q1 experiment, or maybe a tomorrow experiment if someone wants to freaking build it.
I live always 18 months in the future, so it's lovely where it works so well, Kyle. And I want to say you did a great job on that.
On what I do?
Is there any COVID there, John?
Is there COVID in my world in 18 months in the future? No, there's something much worse.
Oh, terrible.
The zombie. It turns out that COVID, after a while, just turns you into a zombie, and so the zombie apocalypse is upon us.
Well, thank you for that hypothetical. It was actually pretty cool. Pretty cool talk there.
Zombie containers.
So just kind of continuing, because it's actually spurring some interesting conversations. So we were talking about the sharing or proving of confidential documents. Somebody else wrote down, we're just kind of doing like a debriefing of things that people wrote down. You know, we have HR data being sent, many, especially in a GDPR regulated country.
Many companies use third parties for their HR and payroll as well, right? And their benefits administration. So, you know, you bring all those things together with disparate entities doing different components, and it seems one of your low-hanging fruit, right? It seems obvious almost.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even enter that one.
Awesome. I'm glad you're here then. No, this is good, right? Because, you know, we're all attacking this from different perspectives of experience that we've had in the past. So, you know, it's all really good, right? The next line over here is multi-party state machine synchronization. Consortium or multiple companies serving a bigger one, for instance, inventories. Anybody here that wrote that?
It sounds a lot like the baseline protocol.
It does.
Yeah, that's so one of the things we've identified with baseline, right? We've got a lot of examples of two parties baselining stuff. You know, the next leap would be a multi-party kind of baseline where your work group has 3 or more participants, you know, synchronizing that data across, you know, multiple systems. That would be a similar kind of idea, I believe.
Yeah, I think we could actually make that seems like an easy, doable thing from where we are today. That seems like low-hanging fruit for someone to do.
You know, the next one after that, there was enterprise risk management. This wasn't necessarily a use case or a feature, enterprise risk management. In my opinion, it's more of like a practice, but I think Mark, that was you, right?
I did, yeah. So basically, looking at this from, if you look at it from an enterprise standpoint, to where you have someone in there, and actually, what gave rise to this was the conversation that we had: is do you have to have 2 or more parties in a baseline transaction? Could it be just one using baseline? And I said, my thoughts were absolutely. Because if you look like within enterprise risk management, if you look at the role of a risk manager or a chief risk officer or whoever is tasked with monitoring holistically the entire enterprise at any given time, they're having to rely upon data that comes from disparate siloed, platforms. Inventory is going to be on one, payroll will be on one, logistics will be on another. Each one of those are going to have gatekeepers, and they don't have that real-time, reliable, window of what's going on. And that's one thing that they, in their role, pretty much, it's a huge advantage if they have real-time, actionable, trusted data. So you baselining these different systems, it basically eliminates or at least reduces the gatekeeping. Because if I gotta get payroll data from a CFO, the CFO, he may be kind of self-important, and it's like, yeah, I'll go ahead and get you that update, and he'll take a week to 10 days to do it because he's the CFO, and what are you going to do? And this is a way of saying I need that reliable data right now. So you have the gatekeeping. I mean, this happens. In an earlier career, I was setting up these risk management information systems, and we're using API calls, to pull from all these different siloed platforms, and all of them. Some would batch update nightly, some would batch update every week, that sort of stuff. And right now there's a lot of permissioning to say, hey, can you give me that data? And with baseline, they can say, well, I can have that data now, and I feel comfortable giving it to you because I know that it's going to be your eyes only. And, you're able to actually, have that real time, viewpoint.
Right, blockchain enables real-time auditing so that the risk group doesn't have to wait for that data, as Mark points out.
Right.
They could just see it.
But baseline means that you don't have to invest heavily in creating that entire blockchain framework. And
right. You can leverage what you have today.
Well, right. It still costs money, right? So you're talking about really changing CapEx to OpEx. Sure. I don't know if I still have it. I hope it wasn't in our switch over, Nick. Maybe you have this spreadsheet, but we have a colleague who did financial modeling on what it costs to stand up a private consortium and what it costs on a ongoing basis, both marginal and capital costs. And when you do when you ran the math out, if our numbers on baselining are anything like close to where we think they are, I think what was the cost? It was baselining was. Do you remember the number, Nick? I can't pull it up in my head.
I don't remember the number off the top of my head.
There's a 5 in there. It was significantly less, maybe a fifth of the cost. I don't quote me on that. But you had to take into account a lot of overheads and there's still a lot of speculation on that.
So one of my former colleagues at Oracle, Steve Cox, wrote a book around kind of the next evolution of best practices for enterprise systems. And one of the things he talks about is the financial close, right? And how, Oracle is trying to integrate their existing ERP suite to the point where they can get an annual financial close done in less than 5 business days. He says today, even with the best integrated systems, there's a lot of chasing and waiting. And that's exactly what Mark was talking about, right?
Yep.
You call your procurement department to verify some data and you got to wait, right? And if that person's out for lunch or gone for a week or whatever, right, can take you time. And Bob, you hit on it, right? Imagine if your auditor, if EY, for example, was your auditor and they were a member of all of these germane work groups, they could essentially do your audit in real time.
You're right. Quarterly results on Wall Street would not have to wait a month. You could have it in 5 days, as Steve
That's right. Or even get to the point where you have real-time results, right? You could watch it, day by day. Exactly. Yep. Each company would have their own ticker.
You know, just kind of thinking out loud, back in the day, I used to work for this nonprofit organization. It was called Financial Executives International, where it was a member-driven organization for senior financial executives. So people were pitching their software to all these offices of the CFO. The financial close was always top of their mind. And, you know, that there's these companies like Workiva was one of them. WDesk, I believe, is one. Highland Software is another. That they provided this sort of accounting software. Maybe those would also be ripe for baselining.
Right. I mean, anybody moving information across the proverbial supply chain, including the financials. You know, in my past experience, hooking up with these financial companies so they could get transportation billing information was paramount because customers wanted that. They wanted to get that information. So you're right on, Daniel.
I think that'd be interesting. I'll write that in here.
But I think multiple parties, the one-to-one party is the start. But to me, it's going to work. I'm not really concerned. I think it's going to work. But you know, when a supplier gets a purchase order, then the agreement is made with the retailer, maybe supplying a retailer. The transportation company is involved, and the financial company is involved. So there are multiple parties that. But each one of these, what happens today, or at least when I was there, is that we did it all with EDI. You know, all these notifications were going back via EDI. So the multi-party, the blockchain forces everyone to be in the complete same state. That's slightly different because the EDI record I got maybe was different than the EDI record that the retailer got. So I was in the transportation business.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of conversations happening around baselining and EDI specifically, and how, you know, there's a very big value proposition of potentially saving costs and not using a van.
Right. That's really we did use big companies. We used our own EDI group, which I ran, but we also used vans because it got to all the little players, and that's what baselining evens that out for everybody. And we don't need the van. The small players should, even if they were using an Excel spreadsheet, they could probably talk, right? And then adding John's ideas on there, if we could be more sure of the data. But I think that's definitely an interesting conversation, because how do you know that the data you're putting today, that the data we're moving between corporations is correct?
You know, and that's where EDI comes into play, because those EDI codes are public knowledge, which could really help out for the trusted setups of the zero knowledge proofs.
Yeah, the EDI has already has agreed upon syntax and semantics already in the data model. You can use that and leverage that. And I was heavily involved in those standards work, and we had to agree across industries, not only within transportation, but across industries. But the mechanism, we each had to have a translator, and everybody did it differently. You could smooth it out a little bit more, like the baseline is doing, and take advantage of the blockchain state on the public mainnet. It's like building the interstate highway system. We're taking advantage of an infrastructure that's in place that really could be leveraged and used by everybody.
Cool. All right. Well, look, looks like
let's do that. Let's do that.
So looks like we have 20 minutes left. So let's just see how many more of these things can we go through. I think, Mark, you wrote down a few more things, right?
I did, yeah. Basically, inventory, logistics, and finance, and Bob might be able to kind of echo a little bit on this and stuff. But the whole logistics industry has really transformed within the past 15, 20 years to where you know, really having that just-in-time delivery, that less than load, you know, way of really managing how, you know, physical goods are moved through a supply chain. And, you know, one of the risks that they commonly come into is, do they ship something that hasn't been paid for yet? And, you know, that's where it's, you know, we need to have that, just saying, hey, yeah, we've gotten paid, go ahead and ship it. Again, you know, having to do the, so, you know, basically the supply chain, having to have these, you know, different platforms say, yep, go ahead, we're good here. You can go ahead and do what you want to. It's that whole if else, you know, thing that, you know, pretty much keeps going on. So, so yeah, that was the one over there. Second one I came up with is healthcare claims adjudication. And this is one that's really kind of been really interesting, and it can be a little bit complex to explain. I've got 4 slides that I've got spooled up if anybody wants to see it. That really can, just giving you the visual aids, it's actually can show you how it works. Do you guys want to share it up?
Yeah, if you can, if you don't mind, number 1, share your screen, and number 2, if there's links to that, like if it's in like a Google Doc, then for sure throw that up into the notes section, or maybe even just add it onto here.
Okay, well, let me show you. Sure. Go ahead and unshare. Stop, Daniel.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. And this is something that I just recently worked on. All right, this is basically looking at healthcare claims adjudication. And, you know, you've got a care scenario, they call it an episode of care, and you're going to have multiple providers. So even if you get a checkup, you're going to have multiple, you know, healthcare providers. That's your doctors, your nurses. Doesn't have to be a human. It can be a lab or a hospital. Those are all providers. And they're all being paid by your healthcare payer, your health insurance company. And the health insurance company is going to have defined payment agreements with each of their providers, you know, whatever their formulary is going to be. And, you know, patient is going to have a copay. They're going to have maybe a deductible that will erode over time. And all of that has to be accounted for. And so whenever you're having a claim, you know, you get a procedure done, it's an extremely friction process, because let's say you get a colonoscopy, something fairly simple. And I use this within my care scenario here. You know, you're going to get at least 7 pieces of mail. I mean, because you're going to have probably 5 care providers. You're going to have your primary care physician who basically ordered it. You've got the gastroenterologist who's going to perform it. That's the specialist. There's the facility where he's going to perform it. There's going to be, on this I had a radiologist, but there's going to be a pathologist that's going to look at it. And then there's going to be an anesthesiologist who gave you the anesthesia while you got that. I'm sure you would elect to have it, but he's going to bill you twice. He's going to bill you for his service, but also for the medication. That's just how it's done. So you're going to get 7 pieces of mail minimum within a week after this episode of care. So what's going to happen here is the claims adjudication process starts. Did everybody see this? And so what we're actually, you know, and this was one where I was pitching this within a blockchain environment, but it works actually better with Baseline. But what you want to do is have someone collate this into a single event, and that everyone can, you know, come together and, you know, really organize all of the record keeping between the payer, the provider, and the patient. And the goal here is to basically determine what is everyone's ultimate financial obligation to everyone else. You know, what is the payer or the provider? What is the patient? Who do I pay and to whom? And what is it that I got to pay? So much of the adjudication process is getting to that, to say, what do I owe and who do I pay? And then I just want to then, you know, settle this and close it. So this is really what you want to do. Is you're not going to, people try and reconcile these statements. You're also going to get an explanation of benefits from your healthcare payer. And this is stuff that I'm sure you're going to be paying, close attention to. It's a very friction process. And 20 cents of every healthcare dollar is wasted just on this process waste. Also fraud and abuse. But that's where having that record sharing or record validation between these different siloed participants becomes, it takes care of a lot of that. So what you want to do is you want to basically, and this can be done to a patient, be it an app or a web portal, and basically say, this is where everything, comes together. This is who owes what to whom. This claim can be settled and closed in a fraction of the time. And then everybody can just go and move back. And, the current looks kind of like this. It's just this, everything is just, a mess. And no wonder that it doesn't go well. Let's see, where am I going to? So, yeah. And so basically what you want to do is using this right here to where everything is put on the same page, or at least the same ledger. Now, the problem we run into here is the record keeping. No one is going to share anything, that's within their own database just due to HIPAA requirements. They're not able to do it. And the other people saying, and don't send it to me because then that adds to my reporting requirement, under HIPAA guidelines. So right now, we just want to be able to prove that everybody's record shows the same thing, and that we can then go ahead and determine where does every participant, what do they need to do, who do they need to pay, and then settle and close the claim. So 20 cents of every healthcare dollar. Healthcare in the US is 13 trillion roughly. So they can send, so 20% is around, 300 billion. You're talking real money. So this is just the example that I had for healthcare claims adjudication. So did that resonate with anybody?
Totally.
Yeah, Mark, I think that I was about to tell you, it's not so much logistics X or Y. But you went down into the satisfying level of detail, which is, I think, what we need to do in general. And maybe we can pick it back up tomorrow with a much more deep dive on the code base as well. I'm hearing, people need in the other tracks, or especially the newbies, are they need to know, just to have a survey course of this core interface does this core interface does this. Here's where they are, and so, that level of detail for the code, but also down to, in use cases. The reason I hate saying use case is because it's always up at the, whenever somebody says use case, somebody so quickly yells out trade finance. And I'm like, that's not a use case. It's a topic. A use case is there's a guy in this company down in the basement who's going to burn that building down because he hates his life so much because he has to hit this button over and over again. And it's meaningless, and we got to make his life suck less, specifically. Right. So when we talk about the logistics, I think about specifically, where are the consistency problems in something like, and you brought this up on a previous call, Mark, we all talk about POs and stuff, but a real nice one that most people wouldn't know about is back order notifications, right? Mm-hmm. That's a place where consistency becomes a mess. I think it would be very satisfying to get down to that level and just say, solve that one thing, make back order consistency or back order notifications, and even underneath that, there are procedures underneath that require some detail. That's where I would love to see people get to.
Well, and another thing that I read an article somewhere that Microsoft has actually formed a team to try and actually address this, but warranties and spares. When it comes to all the products being sold, what happens when, some of it might be defective? And
okay, but underneath that, right? That is specific, but then more specific. What was that? The river runs through it, right? Half as long, and they come, the writer comes back with shorter page, and they said half as long from there and half as long, so that's specific. What's specific underneath that? Like warranty. So what particular step in warranties is the place where consistency gets followed?
Right. If it's going to be a repair or if it's a replace, because if you have a repair, you still have, remaining part of the original warranty. But if it's a replace, well, that starts the warranty clock again because it's a new unit.
And you're dealing with different parties in either of those cases, right? You got a repair, right? And there's usually a company that's going to take those replacements, right? And refurb, and whatever, refurb or what have you. So now you got a whole different set of counterparties.
Well, and then you're going to have another thing is also data formats. Taking a look at healthcare, it's a horror show of different data formats. You have a lot that is still on paper that's stored in Iron Mountain type facilities and stuff, and somebody's got to go and retrieve that and pull it out, and then either copy it and then fax it. This still happens here in 2020. Versus whether it's going to be electronic. And, the industry is still fighting over EHR, electronic health records, to say, look, we just want to be able to make this, a lot more seamless to at least share it. And
I have a solution for that one. If a company requires paper, stop doing business with them.
Right.
Well, I think that COVID is maybe going to force some of that right now because nobody wants to touch anything anymore, right? But I actually working with the Reverse Logistics Association about potentially using a blockchain for that issue that Mark brought up, and the industry has to agree on some things. They can't even. I mean, serial numbers on electronic products are the same across different vendors, right? OEMs.
It makes me sad every time I hear this, right? That basically something that you needed to be doing, right, for years.
Right.
You're going to get the conversation because you call it blockchain, right? But absolutely, that's a red herring. They shouldn't save a life. Don't let them go down the blockchain path, right? Let's get them on the baselining.
But I think that's exactly where I was going. I think baselining, right, brings in, like, they're currently moving data now through Excel spreadsheets and all kinds of, and they manipulate data to try and work it out. But baselining starts to bridge them onto a system of record, because without the blockchain, they're not forced to fix these problems because
save these guys. They're gonna write a shared spread. They're gonna write a shared database, and they're gonna lock themselves into that because it's gonna exhaust their imagination just doing that, right? So or everybody's going to be tired after they finish that mess of a project, and they're not going to want to do any more blockchain project, and they won't have the energy left to do it right later. So just get them off that. Have them call me. I'll tell them all about why they shouldn't do that.
But see, in this case, John, it would almost be easier to have a centralized database. They could kind of mentally get their head around that.
Right? Yeah, it's called Ariba. They can do it right now.
Right. That's but there is a small group of people trying to put in the industry trying to push that they ought to use a blockchain. But
don't tell them not to.
But right, you could just exchange data, which is really to solve the problem with exchanging data as it moves through the refurbish or reclaimed supply chain at the end of the tail, right? So if they could use something like baseline in the public mainnet, and they still have to work out the data issues, right? Because unlike transportation, they don't have an agreement.
Honestly, if it's okay for these guys at this point, maybe this is where we've come in industry and in society. Maybe we've come to the place where hyper collaboration is more important than secret information in our own companies. That's fine, but then it's still better if that's where they're at. Hire an admin, create that consortium that they're going to create, right? Which is going to be a JV, which means you can have an admin, have that admin set up a SaaS system, write it in Mongo, and you have a better control system for a tenth of the cost. And if that's okay for them to have all the data in one place, super duper. I don't think that's the case. I think everybody sobers up and goes, wait a minute, I don't want my data in this thing, in this shared database with these other guys.
And that's why they never get anywhere.
Exactly. So instead say, no, keep your data.
That's what
when you have a record that needs to be shared, you can share that one record.
That's what happened with Trade Lens, with Maersk. I mean, I'm sure John knows all about it, but Maersk was one of the plank holders of this blockchain. And they had, since they were a plank holder, they were, I guess, one of the owners or whatever. And, it becomes, wait a minute.
Yeah, I mean, they did get more.
Why would
it
I
took
work
them years.
Right.
Yeah,
Why would I work with a competitor who's holding all the cards?
Well, especially if the competitor paid for the car and has the keys, has one of the set of keys.
Right. And then you say, well, okay, but IBM's going to run it all. Okay. Then again, they should have just SaaS'd it. Right. IBM could have run all the servers and been fine.
Right. I know. I was there in my former time a year or two ago. And yes, we said, are you kidding us? You want us to, and then sign all these agreements? But I think this sharing and collaboration, which was the point, right? Which is coming all of a sudden full steam ahead. We need answers now, right? Which Baseline can provide now, right? In using current, ERP system and other systems and even Excel and Google Docs to move that information. Now, what I find interesting is that I have to hook up to GitHub and I have to hook up to other things that IT people use to collaborate. My question is, what do we use to collaborate for the visual domain models and the processes? There almost needs to be we have GitHub for the IT guys, which my former life, but we need like BizHub, right? To collect these business processes, right? Which is what we were doing in EDI. We were coming in with a business process. We would agree on the data, stick it into an EDI, and then everybody went back home and did it on their own EDI translator, maybe over a van.
Hey, Nick, do you remember that? What was that called? FRTBs, right? What I came up, I thought a really good brand for a product for FRTBs would be fart based, right? FRT base. So here's the problem with FRTBs is a arcane thing in finance. You've got a trading desk and you've got a risk desk in a financial organization, and you'll see where this is salient in a second. And the financial desk, the trading desk has a book, right? And they have a spreadsheet basically, and they of their trades with counterparties, and then the risk desk ascertains through a bunch of modeling. So that effectively they mark up and expand on this theoretically, technically should be, you take the trading desk data and expand it in this other record or in this other spreadsheet, and basically work out how much risk you have as an organization for folks not paying up and thinking you have an asset and you don't have as much of an asset as you think you are. All right, so that's and regulations coming that will require one model if you have less risk and another model if you have more risk, in a nutshell. Point of that is people are like, oh yeah, we need a blockchain because the trading desk doesn't want to, and the risk desk don't want to use each other's, the trading desk is like, use our database, and the risk desk is like, use our database. And they're like, we need a blockchain for that. I'm like, no, you don't. You need Git. You need Git, right? Git would be better, right? Just set up a Git server, and then both of them get to think that they have their own database.
Right.
It would work fine, right? Because they're all in the same company. They don't need a blockchain.
But this sharing, even between two departments in the same company, then when you get to this collaboration, everybody said, well, with COVID now, we got to collaborate more. Well, we'll see how long this lasts, right? But that's truly the way you get done faster. I mean, we were working on EDI standards, 20 years ago, and I learned not to talk about it when I came back to my company, because so many people were upset that we were actually working with our competitors to do this. And the same thing with blockchain looks the same. They don't understand the technology, but then when they start to understand it and they say, you're going to share all this data, then everybody starts losing it. Right. But I think back to baseline, this leveraging what we already have and dealing with what we can brings everybody up one level anyway, right? And so, oh, it is possible to share this without sharing the secret, right? So I think the work you're doing is outstanding.
Sure, I'm glad you're here. I mean, it's one thing, you know, you spend enough time working in middleware and in technology, and you start to get hungry. Like my brother's at a big pharmaceutical that's working on COVID right now, and in a way, I'm envious of him because he's down dirty in a real subject with real nitty gritty problems, and he deals with that every day. He knows exactly why he's getting up in the morning and what problem he's solving. You know, when you're in technology, you kind of you're sitting one chair away from the problem you're trying to help somebody solve, and it can be an odd experience, right? You feel a little bit of vertigo from there.
Right.
So it's nice to have people that really live it every day.
Right. You're on the edge of new things here, and that it's hard to see sometimes when you get up in the morning.
Right.
What it is exactly we're doing.
You forget about that longshoreman or that certified agent on the dock in Oakland freezing his back, you know, his body, you know, he's freezing, you know, and dropped the tablet in the ocean, and you know, yeah, forget about these things.
Gentlemen, I hate to interrupt, but I need to jump to the plenary session. We've got a wrap up, a daily kind of checkpoint scheduled.
Yep.
John, I would love if you could make it over there to give your impressions and kind of rally the troops for tomorrow.
On my way.
All right.
Thanks,
everyone.
Sounds good. We're going to pick this session up tomorrow morning.
Sweet.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate you joining.
And don't forget, anybody that's watching this, come in and talk about your own things overnight. It'll be up.
Is everybody jumping to the plenary session, I guess?
Yep.
Closing. Okay, cool.